Hey everybody, Sheriff Rick Reigenborn here. I see we got a couple of people jumping on already. Thanks for joining us. Hope you got your Pepsi. Hope you got your popcorn. Make sure you put your seatbelts on. It's been a little busy tonight, so we should be up for a little bit of excitement possibly. So appreciate y'all coming out. Jaffo's getting ready to climb in.
Good evening, Sheriff.
How are you, Jaffo?
I'm doing well.
Good. Good week?
Long week. Good to be back in the car.
It is.
I can't believe I'm saying that, but good to be back in the car. Good to see you. How was your week?
It was good. It was always good. Yep. I'm glad to be back in the car. As you know, this is my favorite place to be, is in the car. It's a whole lot more fun than pushing the desk. So, I cracked open my Pepsi here. A couple things that I want to give quick shout outs about. This week is the anniversary of the OSU plane that went down in Adams County. It went down January 27th, 2001. So our hearts and prayers go out to those folks. We just finished our memorial for Heath Gum on the 24th. And so that was an important day for us. That was Monday the 24th. Heath Gum was murdered on January 24th, 2018. There were a couple of memorial remembrance vigils that we did for him, and so that's been a tough one for us. We just buried our friend Isaac Carbajal yesterday, also known as Panda. So a quick shout out to him and his family. And then I wanted to talk about another great person that passed away this week. Actually passed away this morning. And so we had a long-time reserve posse member, deputy member with us. His name was Robert Rogers. We all knew him as Buck Rogers. He passed away at home peacefully after a long battle with an illness, and so our hearts and prayers go out to him and his family. So keep them in mind as you go through the next couple of days. Just know that Buck is missed very much. He was a great asset to us. Then I want to give a quick shout out to my proverbial mom, that being Luz Maria Scheer. She's the wife of former Sheriff Bill Scheer, one of the greatest sheriffs we ever had. And thanks for having dinner with us tonight. We appreciate it, Mom. And of course, my real parents are still around as well, and so quick shout out to my real parents. Jaffo, if you're ready, I'm going to throw it in drive. We're going to get over to Districts 1, 2, and 3 and see what we got going on tonight.
We got a full tank of gas.
We got a full tank of gas.
Half a pack of smokes.
You might have, I don't.
And it's dark.
It is dark.
And we're wearing sunglasses.
It's because we're cool. Or is it, you know, there's a song out there about sunglasses.
Corey Hart,
No.
Sunglasses at Night.
No, not the one I'm thinking of. Might be that one.
Which one?
Timbuk 3.
Future's so bright I gotta wear shades.
There you go.
80s music.
I know, you're older than I am.
Oh.
I think. All right, let's go have some fun. Buckle up. Car's on the move. No spilling the popcorn. My cousin asked if he could drive again. Todd, no, you didn't get your AS whatever helmet approved yet, so you're not driving. It's up to me. Yeah, away we go.
For a registered owner, see if they know where their vehicle is or who's driving it.
I'm gonna flip up the computer real quick. So, looks like we're working 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 calls working, and we got 2 in the pending. So it could be potentially a good night.
Type 25 status.
Check the place right first. What's this?
Homicide attending clearance.
We got this call over in District 4. It's an information item. There's nobody there.
Item 7-1, rechecking status.
271, we're code 4.
Code 4, turn right.
A little bit of traffic. Weather's not bad here. It's 33 degrees. I don't know what weather's like where you folks are at, but it's a balmy 33 degrees here.
They're checking it all over from on the social media here.
Nice.
Canada, Minnesota. Hail Boreas, congratulations to New Boreas being crowned, as well as New Volcanus. So what are we? Boreas Rex the 85th and Volcanus Rex the 84th. New Zealand.
That's a ways away. We're I-76.
A lot of people in New York, New Jersey on the East Coast. Hope you're surviving the storm.
I heard it's really cold back there. Like below zero cold.
From Florida back up to Maine, record cold temperatures.
Really?
Yeah.
Remember when it froze down in Florida and they lost all those orange juices?
I do.
Several years back.
Don't you remember was it last year or the year? I think it was last year, Texas. That horrible winter storm, end of December, beginning of January in Texas.
Yep. I got a buddy, Danny Olds. Used to work with him years ago. Not to date him, but well over 35 years ago. He and I worked together. He lives in Brownsville, Texas. He had snow on the ground several years ago.
56 in Bakersfield, California. 16 degrees in New York.
Wow.
50 in San Diego. Tulare, California, checking in 2 degrees in northeast Pennsylvania. 7 degrees in Cleveland, Ohio. 20 degrees in Maryland. South Carolina's checking in. More folks from Colorado. Shouts out to all law enforcement, obviously, spending time with us, no matter where you are tonight.
Well, thank you to the Roadrunners for jumping in the back seat and joining us. If you guys weren't here, we wouldn't be doing this. So glad you're joining us on a Saturday
Well, we would
night.
be. It just wouldn't be as much fun.
Well, I don't know what else I could be doing on a Saturday night.
Speaking of, how is the oversheriff?
She's good. Yep. She, I won't say her age, but she recently had a birthday, so...
She's finally 21?
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Yeah. So happy birthday to the oversheriff.
Happy birthday, oversheriff. 15 degrees in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Myrtle Creek, Oregon is checking in. Jennifer wants me to tell you to say thank you for your service.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Las Vegas. Wally wants to know, hey, he's watching from Las Vegas. Did you see anything at the SHOT Show that would be good for your department?
I did.
What'd you see?
So there were a couple of things that I really saw that interested me a lot. But the number one thing that stuck out for me when I was there that I really liked is, most of our deputies on their pistols, firearms, they have a light rail on them. And maybe to pull over so you can fix the camera.
Well, yeah.
So,
the new mount you got unapproved is really cool. Thought we had a deal.
it isn't the whole mount.
It's just the piece
the
piece you took off without approval and put another one on.
So we didn't have to use a rubber band anymore. I thought we'd go high tech. Let me pull over here. We're just coming up.
No. We are not pulling over on the highway.
We are. There. Fix the camera and I'll finish telling you about the one item that I found that I really
you're
liked.
killing me, Smalls.
Of course. You got fat fingers?
No, it's that this scroll cannot be here in order to do this.
I can't help you with that. So anyhow, there is most of our officers carry a gun mount on their front of their pistol so they can attach a flashlight. Well, there's a camera system out there that when they pull their gun out, the camera's mounted on the front of the firearm, much like a flashlight.
And automatically activates.
And it records from the point of the gun, the view of the gun. Very cool technology. I like it a lot. And it also has a flashlight built into it right beside it. So, great idea. Like it a lot. I think we're going to try and T&E that and see if that's something that we can incorporate with us. And we've got body cameras coming in. They just haven't been deployed yet. So, crazy thing is, here in Colorado, we're all trying to buy body cameras, and we can't get the docking stations and the battery packs for them. So we have the cameras and no batteries or docking stations. So as soon as we get those in, we'll start deploying those out, get those out, so everybody has them. And
what is the back order time now on those?
Just don't know is the answer. So some people will say, well, go out of the state to get it. Well, we're dealing directly with the manufacturer. So it really just comes down to when the manufacturer can get them. We'll get them in service.
All right.
Same with the cars. The cars are going to have dash cameras in them, and it's mounting issues. We can't get them in until we get the mounts in. And, every year changes. So if you're driving a 2019 Tahoe, the dash mount's different than in a 2020. Hang on to your seatbelts for a minute. Going through some dips here on I-76. For those of you that know the area, we're coming up to Pecos. Sorry, cuz. Pick up your popcorn. Don't leave your milk duds under the seat this time. So yeah, that was one of them. There's really some nice, small, effective ballistic shields that are out there that I think we want to take a look at. We have some, but as you know, with any body armor, it expires over time because they roll around, bounce around in our cars and on our bodies when we're wearing them. So our shields are probably about due to be replaced, and so we were looking at some newer shields that they have out there. Kind of surprised me at the number of law enforcement vendors that are out there, and it's great to have them all in one place. It took me 3 days to see the whole thing. The first day, walked over 6.5 miles. Second day,
your little Fitbit told you that?
Yep. Second day, I did over almost 5.5 miles. And the third day, I did a little over 4 miles, and then I didn't wear it on the fourth day, so I don't know what I did on the fourth day. But that's a lot of walking and a lot of stuff to see.
So SHOT Show opened your eyes.
It did, but it was things that I wanted to see because there's a lot of good technology out there that comes to the SHOT Shows. It's not just about guns; it's about equipment. It's about uniforms. It's about ballistic vests and ballistic shields and restraints and handcuffs and leather gear that we wear. It's a ton of information that's out there. So there's a lot of good stuff out there. A lot of good new technology that we're looking for.
Shout out to Adams County Fire, House 11.
Yep.
Denmark, Scandinavia, Sheriff. It is 5:12 in the morning, about 5 minutes ago when they posted, and it is 5 degrees Celsius.
That's cold.
You didn't know there was going to be math tonight, did you?
Yeah, but that's cold. That's like probably what, for us in Fahrenheit, it's
cold.
Yeah.
30 in Florida, 18 in Kalamazoo.
30 in Florida?
I told you, record lows from Florida to Maine.
Do they even have coats in Florida that keep you warm?
No, I mean, if you're seen wearing a coat in Florida, they send you to a home.
Yeah.
On the east side.
Yeah.
9 degrees in West Virginia.
Wow.
Regina's up in Sherrillwood.
Yeah, that's just up here.
Michael and me, we're coming into Sherrillwood. Michael is in Mississippi.
1 code 6.
Angela's in Maine. Peggy is in Fort Collins. Steve's in Jacksonville.
Go ahead.
So we got to talk about this coin giveaway.
Not yet.
I have an idea for a question.
But not yet.
But not yet?
Let's just get through the scroll first.
All right.
Maine. 14 in Michigan. 23 in North Carolina.
Around Elliott.
40.
72 Elliott, 2118.
Got something going on in 72nd Elliott, and we're just past
We're right past it.
We'll flip around once these cars get past. We'll let's go down to Elliott and see what's going on.
It is 48 degrees in Chihuahua, Mexico.
Holy cow, that's cold for Mexico.
That is cold. We'll try and get through your texts here, folks. Please just be patient.
Go ahead. I'll multitask and talk and drive. How about that?
Cole says a shout out to you and your entire department. You're doing a great job. Actually, he says you're doing an outstanding job.
Copy Colorado 366-2420, 366-2420.
All right. He's just on a... Should be a routine traffic
Okay,
stop.
copy. Break 264. Unconscious burning.
Brian is checking in from St. Joseph's, Minnesota.
71 unconscious, party 7147 Dexter Street and 7147 Dexter Street for a 70-year-old male that's been sick and is in bed, known to have diabetes, unconscious, breathing attended.
All right, go ahead.
Brian was checking in from St. Joseph's, Minnesota, just in the shadow of Collegeville, Minnesota, home of St. John's University.
Very nice.
Yuma is at 63 degrees, 43 in Wichita. Sam says it's 6 degrees in Indiana, Pennsylvania. We're working on the video, stand by. Hollowbrook, Idaho, Alicia says hello.
Hey, Alicia.
Anthony's riding with us here in Adams County.
Welcome, Anthony. Got your seatbelt on, I hope.
Yeah, that mount is absolutely worthless. 86 degrees in Queensland, Australia. Hey, everybody from Australia, chime in at one time. We're curious how many of you are down there.
And 271, your plate came back clear and expired 2004 Silver Nissan Armada out of Denver.
Many well wishes to the over sheriff and her birthday.
Well, there you
You're
go.
welcome, 2120.
I'll pass it on to her.
Control 2129.
Sounds like we got a couple of cars already on this traffic stop up here, so we probably won't stop.
Eureka, Montana, 23 degrees. Shouts out to Travis. Marine is in West St. Paul. Lori's on the north end. Nashville.
Been there a couple of times to Nashville. That's fun.
Sacramento. 5 degrees Celsius is about 40 degrees.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
18 in Strasburg, 43 in Wichita, 23 in Bennett, Colorado, Peoria 62, Minnesota, Isanti County is 15 degrees, 8.6 degrees Fahrenheit in Toronto.
Wow.
They take their weather measurements very seriously.
No doubt. All right, we're just going to keep on going by. They got 2 on that traffic stop. You know, anytime you get more than 2 cops on a traffic stop, everybody thinks they're going to jail. That's not necessarily true, so we'll just keep on going by.
George keeping the records for us in Toronto, Canada, 8.6. 28 degrees in Northeast Missouri, 26 in Atlanta, 24 in Virginia Beach. Here they go, they're checking in. So it's 93 in Adelaide, South Australia.
That's where I want to be right now.
17 in Laval, Quebec.
Nice.
18 in Bismarck, North Dakota. 25 in Columbia, South Carolina. It is now 0 degrees in Minnesota. 18 in Nashville.
5 Adam 90, Carter.
Did you see the price of gas?
Yeah.
No, I've not seen it that cheap.
Well,
In,
we're at the winter, fall, summer
I'm
blend
just
line.
saying, in a year, I've not seen it this cheap. And it ain't cheap.
Wait 3 weeks.
April 27, 2022, 042720.
Somebody's got the limo out tonight. Turning the corner there.
Someone wants to know if they don't want me to talk. They say I talk too much. Did you always work for Adams County, or did you work for Brighton PD?
I work for Brighton PD as a reserve officer for them. Started there in '87, and started as patrol deputy, a reserve patrol deputy, reserve sergeant, and then a reserve lieutenant.
And you initially wanted to be a firefighter, right?
I did. Yeah, my friend Tim Minnick was a Brighton police officer. He said, "Come do a ride along with me. I'll change your mind about being a firefighter." So I did, and he was right. He changed my mind. I believe his daughter still lives in the area somewhere. Tim has since passed away several years ago. We are southbound on Federal.
Notoriously bad cell phone area, folks.
Yep.
We do apologize.
So I did order a cell phone booster, but the whole interior of the car's got to get tore apart to get it installed. The headliner's got to come out. Hole has to be drilled in the roof. Mount's made, so I'm trying to get it scheduled so that it doesn't take any time away from the road when we do it.
When we get to the flat, let's stop. I'm going to have you make a couple of change settings on your phone.
Okay. Just coming through Goat Hill here, and I now know why it was called Goat Hill.
Why?
Well, do we really want to say that, or is that something that somebody needs to earn?
Then we can, if that's how you want to go into that, yes.
Then maybe that's something somebody has to earn.
All right, so how about we make sure that everybody shares and likes this?
Okay,
We do the question at 10:30.
Okay, but Frank, you don't get a play. Because I know you're watching, because you told me you were when I had dinner tonight. Frank, you don't get to answer this one, so sorry, buddy, because you gave me the answer.
Yeah, I know, that's the problem, yeah, because all these settings. Okay. Okay.
Two up 71, clear warning.
So it's 30 in Florida and it's 12 in Bangor, Maine.
Wow. That's cold.
Thank you, 530 so much.
We'll go down here by the Rustic Ranch for a minute.
Where the coverage is even worse.
I had Frank was asking about the cowboy at the Rustic Ranch. That's why I was like, oh, we'll run down there. This area right here used to be the Bonanza, so it was a big flea market, much like the Mile High Flea Market. I don't know when it changed because I was a kid when that happened, but this all used to be part of a big flea market area called the Bonanza.
All right, so for the challenge coin tonight, we're 9:30, we're 9:27.
Yep.
So for everybody,
that's the first question at what, 10?
30.
10:30? Okay. 10:30. But they kind of already know what it might be.
Well, that gives everybody an hour. They can like the page and share it to their friends, and then be standing by so they know when we're going to do the question, and then how they can submit their entry for the drawing on another challenge coin.
All right.
20.
20.
Reference to the noise complaint from the villa. SRP called back advising noise up top no longer.
14 below in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Oh, that's cold.
21.
That is cold.
You don't need to pull in here.
I was going to turn around so Frank can see the cowboy.
84.2 in Sydney, Australia.
That's pretty warm too. I could do 84. 84 would be good. All right, Frank, if you're watching, this is for you, for the Rustic Ranch Cowboy. And I know you can't see him very well right there. So there's the high beams, and you still can't see him very well. But
So we got our street lights.
we'll light him up for you. There you go. There's the cowboy. I don't know how tall he is, but you got the white posts that sit at the base of that you can barely see. Those things are probably close to 4.5 foot tall or so. So it's a pretty tall cowboy. He's been restored a few times, and I have an idea for the second challenge coming.
Okay.
You want me to say it now?
No.
Okay.
We're gonna have to, yeah.
All right.
Tell them we'll be back so they don't think I kidnapped you.
We'll be right back. Hang on a sec.
Traffic 47.
Subscribe with that for us.
Negative, it was for 264.
2 Adam, 6 over, code 4.
Okay, code 4, channel 30.
Trust that you know who. Okay.
Yeah.
I would not have guessed that one.
I know you wouldn't have guessed it. That's why I just stepped out of the car so that I could tell you what it was.
That is a good one.
Yeah. So part of the problem is this is here. 7.
Yeah.
That will help.
But when we do that, guess what? That hits.
So don't take it that far. Don't take it that far. Stop. See if that helps. We're trying to adjust the camera mount just a little bit to get some of the vibration out. So, hang on, because while we were out there, my cousin sent me a text, and he says, so it's your other cousin's wedding anniversary. Linda and Tom, 45 years. I know you were there with the rest of the kids. We were kids back then. Hey, cuz, I'm not 45 years old. I don't know what you're talking about. Just kidding. But happy anniversary to my cousins, Linda and Tom. I do remember it, though. All right. Let's get moving. It's a little bit of a dead spot right here, so that's why I want to get us out of this area. The radios are turned up. It's just quiet on the radio right now, and so I can't give you any other noise because it's quiet out. So I'm sorry about that. Oops, that's me. But I'll try and chat with you guys a little bit until things pick up on the radio. We've explained to you guys before, we can't run the AM FM radio so you have chatter or something going on in the downtimes because Facebook sees it as a copyright infringement and we get blocked. So it's just me and you, kid. That's it. But the radio stuff is just, when it's busy, it's busy. When it's not, there's not much we can do about it. So,
if only you knew somebody who had asked Captain B on my rights.
We are northbound on Federal. I feel like it's going to pick up, but we got people out on the...
It's early.
It is early. Oh, you know what I did notice? Can't say the radio number, but see those?
Yeah.
See those ones right there? Our set team is out and working tonight.
Okay.
They are out. So I don't know if the set team is targeting street racers or DUIs or what they're doing, but set team is out working tonight. So,
for those who don't know, what does that mean when you say that?
SET is our special enforcement team. And so they do different assignments that we put them on, whether it's working with reducing the street racers or targeting high profile or high crime areas or high crime trend areas that we have, working on auto thefts. A lot of times they'll go out and they'll start tailing stolen cars and start making the arrest on people driving stolen cars. So they pretty much just work on the things that I send them out to go get done. But it's kind of me at times, but a lot of times it's our commander that says, hey, crime's coming up on this, in this area, these things are happening, go work on it. Or they could go out and be looking for a certain person with warrants. So it really just depends, but they are out working tonight. They're on the screen. We'll see how they are. I don't know if they're watching us or listening in on us, but they might be. Let's go ahead to a different area.
Noise complaint, Boulder Crossroads, 7390 Dakin Street again. 2280 Dakin, building TSM David, 201.
Copy, T-17 is with me.
You'll have to let me know, guys, if that radio traffic was loud enough for you. If not, I can turn it up just a little bit more. But that's what we have. It's still early here in Adams County, Colorado. It's 9:38, and our call load in the wintertime doesn't pick up for about just a little bit. We're still a little early here, so it's still got the potential to pick up.
Chatham 71 code 6.
Traffic stop coming up.
68 and Lowell with Queen Henry Ida 593. Queen Henry Ida 593.
Flip around and go cover him real quick.
Two seven one listing back clear current 2001 blue Chevy Tahoe out of Westminster, code 62139.
For those of you wondering what...
Early code 6.
Total 30.
Another traffic stop.
65 place in Federal. Temp tag 3877513. 3877513.
That's one of our sergeants. Adam 30 is a sergeant. We're closer to Federal than we are to Lowell, so we'll...
230 listing back clear current 2014 Route 4 F150 out of Thornton, code 62139.
We're closer to Federal than we are to Lowell, so we'll cover on Federal first. In case you're wondering what we're driving a 2019 Chevy Tahoe police package. And that's... I always explain to people, these police packages are not the same as a regular Tahoe that you'd buy at a dealership for your personal use. Suspension's completely different. It's a whole lot rougher, stiffer suspension. Sometimes we get out of the car, our backs and kidneys pay for the stiffer ride, but it's the suspension is a little better for the driving that we do.
And then the other one they want to know is if you're marked or unmarked, and why.
We're unmarked. I drive an unmarked because there's times I have to go to conferences that are out of town, and typically when you're driving a marked unit with light bar on the top, it becomes a little problematic to drive past traffic accidents and those type of things. And so I prefer to drive an unmarked so that I can get to the meetings and stuff that I have to go to during the week, and not necessarily have to worry about some of that stuff. I will stop at accidents, but it makes it a little harder for me to do that.
771
So the deputy over on Lowell just gave a code 4, so we'll continue down to 65th and Federal. We're not too far off. We're about 69th now, 68th and Federal. So we'll be there just momentarily. I just don't know if he's northbound or southbound. We're headed southbound. Shouldn't be too hard to find with the red and blues, though.
Well, once we peek the hill here, we should see him.
Yeah, I'm seeing reflections.
Right here.
There he is. He's got somebody with him. He's got an unmarked.
We were just here.
Yep.
When this all started with Highway Patrol.
No, that was last week.
No,
a couple weeks ago, but it was on the other side.
On the next block up, yeah.
Transmission shop.
261 traffic hazard. 261. Traffic hazard for a possible stalled vehicle, 76 westbound of Federal against 76 westbound to Federal. It's going to be right after the turn onto Federal for a white truck with a canopy.
I'm going to jump out real quick, Chapo.
Fair enough.
60% Federal. 2142.
If you folks have some questions, you can ask them now, and when we get back in the car, we can try and get through as many as we can.
Channel bridging.
271.
271.
Reference 261's call. I've already cleared that vehicle. It is occupied. He is just waiting for a ride.
Okay, I copy. Break 237.
Confirming a code 8.
Okay, and confirm that was 230.
Affirm.
Okay, copy. Break. Okay, Delta 3, I copy. Break 261. Did you copy 271 traffic? That's you for good answer. Hang on for this. Okay, route to cover 230. Hang on for this.
Delta 33. You can clear that unit. Coming to cover 230.
Okay, 261, did you copy? I'll take her from there.
Check 62, both units taken.
Hang on, buddy.
Needs to go. Thanks, buddy. You're not gonna be able to go anywhere with all these cop cars here now, are you?
That ended well.
That did end well. So the sergeant, I didn't talk to him very long, but he obviously went out with a traffic stop, stopped him for traffic violation, and gave the guy a verbal warning. But he also found out that somebody was using his name as impersonation, and he knew that because the guy was able to give him positive ID and didn't match the information that he had. Make a U-turn here. Now they put gates up on this one. It used to be a church. It's now turned into Salvation Army.
I was asked as we get ready to get back out on the main streets if you could define again the areas, districts, and how many officers we've got out tonight and who you wanted to...
30. Units clear warrant.
Hang on, buddy.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
From ADCO to the posse and everybody else and the explorers, who you wanted to shout out to here as we push 10 o'clock.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Let me count how many we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 14. We got 14 folks out, not including us, and not including the set team. So 14 plus the others. The set team is out. And of course, we don't ever divulge how many of those are. There's another one of our units coming through the area. So yeah, quick shout out to our explorers. They were recently out in Chandler, did an amazing job out there. Explorers are young adults, young teens, ages 14 to 21 that join us and kind of get a taste of what law enforcement's like. And I can tell you several of our explorers over the years have continued with us and became deputies with the agency. I could name 3 of them off the top of my head. We have Commander John Bitterman, was an explorer back in the early 90s. Lee Page, a sergeant now with the agency. Lisa Pasco, she's a deputy for patrol. I'm sure there's several others that I'm missing, but they have all came over and worked full-time for us. Nicholas, I'm trying to remember Nicholas's last name. He just got hired and went to Larimer County. He was one of our former explorers. So a lot of them try it, and if they like it, they become full-time. So that's our explorer program. If you got a child between the ages of 14 and 21 that would like to see what it's like to be a police officer, have them join our explorer program. Applications online at our adcogov.org. You can find that, and they can come over and be an explorer. Our posse and our reserves, I know we do have a reserve out tonight riding in District 4, which is a little farther to the east from where we are, but we do have a couple of reserves out working tonight with us, and they're a big help. Reserves are volunteers for us. They help augment our patrol or jail division wherever we need them. And we've got victim advocates. We've got just about everything that you would want in a big agency. We have our own EOD for explosive devices. We have our own SWAT team. We have a mobile field force team. We have JSOG, which is in the jail. They help deal with issues going on in the jail. We have our traffic unit, our motor unit, detective division, our own crime lab, our own DNA lab. We'll be doing our grand opening on that first part of February.
Will that be open to the public?
I don't know.
The grand opening ceremonies, etc.
I don't know that part will be open to the public, but the news media is definitely interested in seeing our lab, and so we're going to clean that up. It is built, it is ready, it's in its final testing of certifications, and so we'll have that. That's a big accomplishment, getting a DNA lab.
How many deputies overall do you oversee? How many are in your department?
So our entire agency strength is a little over 600. About 350 or so of those are in the jail, about 130 or so on patrol, and then the rest of those numbers are support staff. It can be and detectives, but it could be. Let's see what 7-1's got going on quick.
Sheriff 7-1.
Our friend's X-ray aids card at 3303 West 53 Avenue and 3303 West 53rd Avenue. We have a party on the line advising someone's trying to get into the location. Right?
6-4 low, go ahead.
Okay. So we have 2 females, both white females. One could be wearing a brown jacket. Sounds like party just saw them at the front door and is requesting contact.
Maybe we'll head that way.
Okay.
That sounds pretty interesting. We'll make a U-turn. So the rest of those numbers make up our civilian staff, support staff, our record techs. And we have quite a few other civilian areas, but they're still considered deputies because everybody in my agency is a deputy for the agency. Our difference is whether they are certified as a peace officer or not. So that is the big difference for us, but everybody's deputized. Districts. So for those of you in Colorado that understand kind of our area that we're working, I-25 is our big dividing line between our districts. So our District 1 starts at Highway 36 and goes south to 52nd Avenue, from I-25 to the west to Sheridan Boulevard. Our District 2 goes from Highway 36 north to 104th, from I-25 to the west over to Sheridan. And District 3 goes from I-25 from 52nd Avenue north to 104th, to the east of I-25, all the way to the South Platte River. District 4 starts at the South Platte River, continues east past DIA from 52nd Avenue to 104th. And then District 5 and 6, because they're kind of combined, they go all the way DIA east from the south part of the county line, which is almost Colfax Avenue out there, north to 168th. They're out to the town of Shamrock on the very far east. And then District 7 is basically Sheridan Boulevard on the west, Haysmont on the east, 104th on the south, all the way to 168th on the north. So that's kind of a rough layout. There's cities in there that take some of those chunks, and we don't go into the cities unless they ask for our assistance, or if we have to drive through them to get to our unincorporated areas. So hopefully that helps folks understand that a little bit.
How many canines do you have?
We have 7 or 8 canines, I believe.
2 Adam 6-4
We've
units,
got-
clear assist medical.
No, we got more than that. We've got 6 on
Okay,
patrol.
copy. Sending you suspicious on Sheriff Rick.
6 on patrol, 2 at the jail, and 1 at the courthouse. So I guess we got a
2
little
Adam
more.
6-4 copy.
They should
Three
count.
suspicious vehicles, 7891 Idlewild Street. Again, 7891 Idlewild Street. Be advised, she just got home and there's a vehicle parked in her driveway. Listing back there in current 2009 blue Dodge Grand Caravan at Henderson.
I should count them off in my head before I try and just throw a number
Okay,
there, huh?
2 Adam 6-7. 2 the area 50. Over.
We're going to be in a
Okay,
kind of
copy in the area, and we tried calling your feedback. We got voicemail time too. If I see it was just a passerby who believes the females were trying to get into the location as in break in. I don't know if this location is supposed to be empty or not.
we're going to kind of
Okay,
lose,
I just got off the phone with him.
we'll lose a little bit of cell coverage here because
Okay, 21
how hilly it is. There's
All
not
right.
much we can do about it, so just bear with us. Let's go to the west. We're going to go to the west just a couple of blocks. Sounds like the deputy was already on the phone with them, so...
And then as we roll up on scene, a little reminder, we'll do a trivia question here at 10:30 regarding Goat Hill
Goat Hill.
for a challenge coin.
Yep.
And that'll be to anybody in the continental and to the United States. Hawaii, Alaska, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, etc.
Yep.
And then you made mention that
Medical
we...
Advisal District 5, medical en route to a nosebleed, 1385 View Ridge Road against 1385 View Ridge Road. 34 Erskine husband is having a nosebleed, have had 45 today. Medcom is en route. Heard information, 2158.
Yeah, I made mention of the Rusty Branch Cowboy. So we'll talk about that one. And we are in the area of this last call. Looks like we got 1 unit on scene. So I drive right up on him. Back up. So I'll just try to pass past them because they're watching something of interest over here. Turn around, get you guys pointed somewhat in the area. Streets are offset here. Hang tight, we'll be back. Not going to be much to see. The radio traffic's kind of dead because everybody's out on calls and there's nobody to dispatch calls to right now because everybody's on something.
Put your thinking caps on, like and share the page now, and the subject of Trivia 1030 will be Goat Hill, so you can at least preset your Google searches. We'll see you here in a few.
King 42, Adam 67 on 2. We're looking for 267. Abram, hey, when you're done over there, can you come to this up? Abram.
Ten 7-1, copy. Adam X-ray, Adam 65, Adam X-ray, Adam 65.
Two 7-1, listening back, looks like clear current 2017 Silver Kia Sportage out of Westminster.
Thank you. We're attempting contact now.
Attempting contact 323.
Two Adam 64, copy the updates. Unit's clear.
323.
271, can you attach another plate? Colorado.
Got it.
7-1, disregard.
10-5.
Judge 7-1, we're code 4.
271, code 4, 10-6.
Two Adam 67, hold me out of the sub for transport.
10-7.
tad bit cold out there. So this was a, people were suspicious in the area, so they were checking on that to see what was going on, but nobody's answering the door or anything. So we knocked on the door, tried to get people to come to the door. Nobody came to the door. We don't have any probable cause to enter the house. So we'll be moving along.
Gabriel says hello.
Hey Gabriel, how are you?
Sorry, 20.
120.
Sorry, I'm checking my text messages real quick.
Current interposing code to cover out of District 7 for attempted contact on a suicidal party. Certain suicide by cops. They have 1 unit and a half.
28 from Police Start 67.
Oops. Sorry, I took the keys out of the ignition.
136 and 85.
It shut off.
Taxi driver copy. Original call they got was a 221 Jessup, but you'll be responding with running 3 to 13295 East 136th Avenue and 13295 East 136th Avenue. Code 2
So it sounds like detectives were out here earlier at this same residence.
3 out of 6 second, I'll be en route from the sub.
Took a stolen car out of the front yard. The car had guns and drugs in it. Owner of the house came out and said, "It's not my car. It's not my. I have nothing to do with it, and I don't know when it showed up."
Taxi 5, you can hold in the area.
So they towed it out of there for him.
Taxi 5 in the area, 2213.
Didn't sound like the owner was going to be around. So
I was also asked to ask you in a follow-up, did anybody claim the money that we found laying in the street a couple of weeks ago?
nope, nobody has came.
And taxis, it sounds like the phone that they're pinging is pinging at
Surprising,
that
isn't it?
location.
Very surprising.
M1 party is going to be Christopher Richard Mills. Date of birth 4/21/84. Standing 5'10" over 230. Brown over hazel. Unknown clothing description so far. Break.
Oh, Lord. Let's see.
There's a medical call pending and cold problems. We're good.
He's going to be associated to a Jeep Grand Cherokee and should have a loaded weapon in the vehicle.
Taxi 5, copy.
Okay, I'm not seeing that. Charlotte, could you give me a little more data on that event at the Ogden?
7-1, clear all.
I'm not seeing.
All right, we're headed back northbound on Federal.
2214. 616 December 60. 261 full Judy problem 2780 West 68th Avenue. Again, 2780 West 68th Avenue. RP drove by about 30 ago. Saw 15 and 18-year-olds possibly drinking and partying at this location. 616. 2214.
Scoot over to District 3 for a minute.
Cover 5-4.
And see what's going on
Row.
there.
2215.
I'm broken from my
Thank
transport.
you on the DPD. I'm looking right now. I missed that story. Oh, if that's true, that's bad.
What?
Let me just confirm it before I say anything. Stand by.
apologies. That should be a red Jeep Cherokee.
Oh.
Unknown license plate. Does have history of suicide attempt.
You want the good news and bad news now, or you want it when we're done?
I don't know. Depends on how bad it is.
We have 2 dead at the Ogden Theater hours ago, shot dead. It is a homicide, according to Denver police. Denver update, 2 male victims have been pronounced deceased. Now a murder investigation. Victims will be released by a medical examiner's office. This was a shooting out in front of the Ogden, East Colfax near Ogden Street. Investigation ongoing. Obviously follow them on their Twitter feed, Denver Police Department. But chatters in our room wanted you to know that.
Thanks.
And I was unable to confirm without the help of the Roadrunners. So thank you to the Roadrunners out there.
Gotcha. I didn't even know anything about it.
As did I. Did not see that before we got in the car.
Yeah, that's down at Denver PD, so we wouldn't have seen that anyhow. That's not our area.
So to James and Charlotte, thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks for the info.
Delta 38 traffic.
Delta 38.
You know, a shameless...
Hang on, check.
Southbound I-25 from 70th. Vehicle eluding.
Yeah, he's going to come
No
right
place.
back.
Occupied ×1. Hispanic male. Red hat. Speed 65.
Yeah, 65. He's not going that
Okay, what kind of
fast.
vehicle?
I don't see him now.
The black sedan will be terminating heavy traffic.
Yeah, they're coming up
And
behind
he's
us.
coming up right
Okay, black
behind us.
sedan terminating heavy traffic, last standing southbound. My apologies, northbound from 70th at 2015.
Oh, northbound. They're on the other side of the highway.
copy.
The 13th.
I thought I saw red and blues. It's hard to tell in the mirror if they're coming or going. Gas is diesel's $2.99 a gallon, dude.
Freedom 609.
Gas is a little bit higher.
Do you remember when
Boy
we...
Robert Ocean Zebra. Boy Robert Ocean Zebra.
Do I remember what?
Remember when we were kids and diesel was always 10 or 20 cents a gallon cheaper?
Yeah. Yep. But there wasn't very many things that used diesel back then other than the semi trucks.
Listing back there, current 2021 Blue Dodge Challenger out of Inglewood, code 69218.
I take it we're going to make a tour of the rows?
Yeah, I wasn't going to say that. But yep, we'll go down
Delta
there.
38 bus. I advise
Last week they-
Denver, 2019.
They had some problems down here last week, it sounded like.
Copy. The right fender is going to be damaged, and their car is pretty much spray painted gray.
So, I am going to humor the
Okay,
trolls
copy. 2019.
one time.
Oh, why?
And well, I know,
One in the area, 68.
but perhaps they should hear it again from you personally. Because the overwhelming question is, or the statement of fact
Uh-huh,
by viewers of this,
uh-huh.
that you're just wasting their tax dollars. This is tax dollars at waste. This is worthless. I can watch paint dry, and why are you wasting my money? So that is the only comment that I'm going to take off the scroll for tonight or ever again that may or may not be positive or negative.
Yeah,
But it's something that everybody's asking. Everybody is a lie. It's something the trolls seem to want to be very focused on.
well, you know, this is kind of what I got to say about that. If they could have more fun watching paint dry, why are they watching us? They should just go ahead and check out of the video. It's okay. Go watch your paint dry. Go watch something else. And let the folks that enjoy what we're doing do. It's not a waste of the taxpayers' money. The citizens pay me to do patrol work, and that's what we're doing. We just happen to have you along with the ride. That's all. This is what we do on a nightly basis, is patrol. And it's either patrol or answer the calls for service. Tonight, we'll do both, but it's not a taxpayer's waste of money. I guess, you know, we could do other things. We could sit at the PD and wait for the call to drop, but that's not really what we do to be proactive and keep your residents safe. That's not what we do to keep your businesses safe. We're out here driving the streets to make sure people are safe. Otherwise, chaos happens, and we know that because we've seen that over the years. So we do this because there's a lot of people that enjoy seeing what we do, enjoy seeing what police officers do, and this is what we do on a nightly basis, 24/7, 365, and it can snow super deep, and we're still going to be out here working, just like everybody else. So that's what we do. But I think we have enough positive people that want us out here.
You are being overwhelmed with positive likes and
Yep.
the viewers who were in the parking lot, if you want to like his comment, or you dislike, let him see it in real time.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. I'm seeing them. We're going slow enough I can actually look at the screen while we're going.
I have more bad news. I'm just informed.
Okay.
Earlier this week, of course, I don't know if you knew him, but fellow broadcaster Les Shapiro entered hospice.
Oh, I did not hear that.
Les Shapiro has passed.
I'm sorry to hear that.
As am I.
He was a very good reporter.
He was
I
a
liked
good
him.
man.
Yep.
So I was aware he entered hospice earlier this week. He did pass.
It's an ongoing thing. We get it every 15 minutes. I'm not sure when the next update is coming.
He passed earlier today with his battle of cancer.
Sorry to hear that.
So prayers out to the entire Shapiro family, as well as the extended family of co-workers that he had for a lifelong of broadcasting.
Yeah. I just got a text message, so shout out to Matt Thornton and his daughter. Thanks for joining us, you guys. Thanks. Almost got hit.
And red paint dries the fastest. Hail the Volk.
Very good. Continue to watch it.
Just for information, sounds like Thornton officers were FaceTiming the male.
Oh.
He appeared to be at the 136 location. Arvada PD also has good misdemeanor and protection order violation charges on the party.
Looks like there's some sort of shrine of some
Next
sort
thing
set up
should
here.
be coming in within the next 5 minutes or so.
I wonder if that is, wonder if that's for
2223.
Tim Minnick. This is about the time of year that Tim Minnick was killed down here. The Brighton police officer that got me started in my law enforcement career. He had gotten out of law enforcement, done different things throughout his, after getting out of law enforcement, and ended up working down here as a security officer for the Grizzly Rose. Went out to interrupt a burglary, a car trespass, not a burglary, a car trespass in progress, and was shot and killed. So, unfortunately, but that's kind of why we come out here and we drive through the parking lots and try and make sure that people's cars are not being broken into, make sure their stuff isn't being stolen.
Delta 38, status.
I don't really consider that a waste of taxpayers' money when taxpayers probably don't want their cars broken into.
No one, as we saw coming out of here a couple of weeks ago when we engaged a vehicle and they fled.
Yep.
And we discontinued.
Yeah.
The obvious question that was fair to ask.
Yeah.
Why didn't, and even you making the comment, look, if that was my car, I'd be pissed too. But safety is first.
Yeah.
Property is a distant second.
Yep. That is true.
And the only thing I'll say about this whole, because of the world of law enforcement is a difficult task enough.
Right.
But when, not you personally, okay, this isn't about the sheriff that we're speaking with, but sheriffs across the United States, police chiefs across the United States, department heads across the United States, their arms are tied because of the politicians and the procedures and regulations, not because it's something they get up in the morning and go, let's not do this.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't think people get that.
Well, we don't write the legislation. If we weren't on the hook for pursuits gone bad, meaning when the pursuit ends in a crash, we're the first ones to get sued because those folks are driving stolen cars usually, or have no insurance, or any number of things they don't have. they don't have the responsibility, and so they don't have the finances to pay for somebody that's been killed or gravely injured. So we're the ones that end up getting sued.
Right.
And that's not necessarily fair for us. That's where the people that are running should be held financially liable, and not law enforcement that's actually trying to make the change and make the difference. But then you can say, it's just property, let them go. And I guess we could do that. But then everybody has to remember, it's just property. And when it's your property, you can't get mad because we just let them go. Here, we're trying to make a difference in Adams County where we do pursue stolen vehicles, and we do try to catch them and bring your property back to you. As long as we can do it safely and effectively. When it's no longer safe, we're going to terminate it. It's a risk for our deputies, and it's a risk for the public. And so we are constantly weighing those risks all the time. So it's something that we have to evaluate all the time when we're in a pursuit is what are the risks. And like a couple of weeks ago, we went down into Denver, and it was during the stock show. And as I explained to you and some of the other viewers,
65. Both units on scene 26.
it was no longer safe. There's going to be pedestrians walking on foot. They're not going to see a car coming at 70 or 80 miles an hour.
Nor would they be expecting that.
Correct.
On a Saturday night in a 30-mile-an-hour zone coming out of the National Western Stock Complex. It's not something you see every day.
Yeah. So that's part of the reasons why we don't pursue all the time, but it's got to be done safely. You heard a pursuit here just a few minutes ago. One of our deputies got into a pursuit, but there's a bunch of traffic, and he's on the highway with some high speeds. Even though traffic's moving along at 60 or 70 miles an hour, when somebody's going that fast, it's hard for people to see them. And when you have those accidents, it can be pretty bad because the speeds are so high.
74 out.
374.
6600 70th Avenue.
The overall response regarding...
vehicles trying to take off. It's code 8.
Hold on. Let's see if we got a pursuit going here.
Okay, copy. Trying to take off vehicles, code 8 break.
3 people. Male driver is African American, blue sweater. They're driving in reverse.
Uh-oh. That's...
Okay, driving on.
77th Avenue, 6600 77th Avenue. We are currently going eastbound.
Okay, eastbound, trying to turn in.
Buckle up. Here we go.
320 chop.
We're in 74 vehicle, still going in reverse. 2 other occupants in the vehicle. One appears to be a Hispanic male, another one is a white male. Approaching Monaco.
Okay, approaching Monaco, still eastbound in reverse, trying to turn in.
Since they're not going to pull to the right, we'll go to the right.
64 ready, 6 right.
What are you doing now?
He is flipping around, and now he's going northbound, or southbound on Monaco. Southbound Monaco.
Okay.
Southbound Monaco, advising Commerce 329.
You are clear, right?
I just looking at code 8 vehicle and
Or when he flipped around, he hit my vehicle.
Uh-oh.
appears that be hit your vehicle, 229.
20, I need updates, speeds, traffic conditions.
374, we're going to be eastbound 74, speed 25.
Nice. Nice and slow.
Eastbound 74, going to go private city.
Alright, we are approaching Camaria. We're going to be south on Camaria, speed 35.
Hang tight, right turn.
35 miles per hour south on Camaria, 5030.
We're headed over to District
74 continuing southbound from area. Coming up, we are going to be going eastbound on 72nd. Never mind, it's going to be going south through the parking lot to 72nd. Speeds of 25.
Southbound to the parking lot, 35 miles per hour, 230.
Currently east in the parking lot, coming out to 72nd. Eastbound 72nd. Speeds of 35.
Eastbound 72nd, confirmed.
Highway 85, 6.
672 Highway 85, 231.
Still eastbound 72nd, speed to 70. He's in oncoming now, coming up to the red. I'm going to be just, never mind, he's back in regular traffic. Continuing eastbound, speed 70s, approaching Highway 85.
Approaching Highway 85, 30 miles per hour.
Vehicle.
Apron.
Good six, good six.
That's 631.
Southbound Highway 85, speed 50.
50 miles per hour, southbound Highway 85.
You know,
I'll call it. Southbound Highway 85, speed to 75. Minimal traffic. Coming up to a red light at 69. And he's safely through it.
Straight through red at 69, 75 miles per hour, 2232.
Neil, did he hit that semi-truck? He may have flipped the bumper. I couldn't see. Okay. We're still southbound. Highway 85. Speeds of 78. Coming up to 60th.
well done, Sheriff.
Approaching 60, still southbound.
7-4. I can smell the burning rubber from the tires. It appears the driver's side front and back are going flat. We're slowing down here.
Driver's side front and back.
We got a bunch of
We're
cars
right.
coming through.
Okay,
dramatically
right.
down.
Stop.
15 miles an hour.
Hang tag.
Southbound Highway 85.
I need to listen to the
Coming up to 60th.
Approaching 60, 50 miles per hour, southbound 2232.
And we're safely through this intersection. Continuing southbound. Coming up to the 270 interchange. Setting up possibly to go west. And disregard continuing southbound Highway 85. Speeds of 60.
We're about
60 miles per hour, continuing
half a
southbound
mile
south of
behind
270 interchange at Lightning Denver 2233.
He's losing some pretty big chunks of his tire. He's going to be down on this road here shortly.
And be aware of tires.
Okay. Southbound, continuing to a green light at 56th Avenue. Minimal traffic. Traffic is yielding.
Traffic is yielding, still southbound 2233.
Rim 74, he is on a rim here. He just lost the entire rear driver's side tire.
Lost to retire 2233.
Nice. We got sparks coming from the vehicle. We're going east on Vasquez.
East on Vasquez 2234.
20, we're actually going to be south on Colorado Boulevard.
South on Colorado, we're at Denver now.
Clear right.
Safe from southbound Colorado.
southbound.
Continuing south, speed to 55.
55 miles per hour, continuing southbound 2234.
And we're about the 49 minute block.
We're coming into Denver. If you're wondering where
Do
we're
we
at.
want Denver code 2 or code 3 or at all?
220, just advise them. We've got enough units for a termination point.
2234.
He just lost the driver's side front tire.
Small driver's side front tire 2234.
Now we're through 46th Avenue. Got a green light,
Hold
46
tight.
south,
Hold tight.
speed to 45. Minimal traffic.
Hope you didn't drop your
45 miles per
popcorn.
hour through the green at 46, 2235.
So
Can you back off a little bit?
we're gonna start. You'll see us start running
Got
roadblocks.
medium traffic. Still southbound Colorado. Speed to 45.
Which means
Coming up to 40th.
some of the first cars will
Slowing
start
down for the red light.
blocking these intersections for
We're
us.
safely through that intersection as well.
Through 40th, 45 miles per hour to 2235.
Well, you can smell them
Yep,
now.
they're warm.
They're
They're breaking off to try and.
Is there anyone in the stick that is TBI certified at 20s, okay?
362 AM. 228 for 62, where are you at? I was going to say, guys, just pull out down 40th paralleling. I'll try to get back there to you guys.
It's an oncoming terminated.
220. If he's going to be in that oncoming traffic, we're done. Discontinue.
Terminating onto oncoming traffic 2236. Again, terminating onto oncoming 2236.
He's driving into oncoming, so that's our
Vehicle was last seen southbound Colorado at Martin Luther King Boulevard.
That's why they're
Locating
terminating.
southbound Colorado at M1K 2236.
There he is.
Yeah, I know. We're just gonna follow from a distance. He's still on the wrong side of the road.
He sure is.
And unfortunately, that's one of their tactics, is they'll drive on the wrong side of the road so that we won't pursue him.
And he's down on one
He's
lane.
headed to the east.
He's going to bail.
Adam Money. Just went to the east. I'll get you a street here in just a second. It's going to be probably about 27th or so.
Okay, just went to the east at 27th or so. 2237.
26.
Correction, it's going to be 26.
On 26, 2237.
There he is.
Where?
On the next block. Go
Behind
through
us?
the alley. Go through the alley. Right here. Or the next street. Take a right. Go up one block and then come down. Take a right and then stop.
Okay.
Well done,
Probably
Sheriff.
abandoned.
Well, that's the whole.
Adam,
He's
do you
gonna
have
dump
visual?
it. There he goes. He's right there.
Yep, we got him running.
got him
At
running.
25th, they're running to the south.
You're
Try
running
and
to
get
the south,
photos at
26,
least.
2238.
I will try and get a photo.
Give me the street here. I'll be in.
What is the description?
He's going the other way.
Oh,
We got a runner. Everybody stand by.
Northbound on foot, white shirt, black tail, Lucy.
27 Albion, northbound, white shirt, black male, 2238.
Everybody stand by. We got a runner.
Starting Denver, code 32238.
Northbound on Colorado Boulevard. I'm right behind him. Northbound Colorado Boulevard.
Northbound Colorado Boulevard, 2238.
Hang on, I'm at 29th in Colorado.
2238.
I'm on code 425. I'm on Colorado Boulevard between 25th and 26th.
Okay, 2500 block Colorado Boulevard, code 4, code 5, 2238.
Two 20 Adam was going to be on the east side of Colorado Boulevard. We got some units in zone now.
Okay, I don't mind. I'm the east side of Colorado, units of interest today.
Do we have anybody in the vehicle?
Your incident has
Oh,
been
great. We
updated.
got the car.
2240.
Your incident has been updated.
Great. It's unoccupied.
Oh, not direct 2240. And Delta 3,
Your
where are you with the
incident
vehicle?
has been updated.
25th and Albion, just north of the stop sign.
7 Albion, just north of the stop sign with the vehicle, 2240.
3 is Adam one with a male in a white shirt.
A from hand advice with the black male white shirt.
Okay.
And for 374 information, should be the driver.
Your incident has been updated.
Great. Confirm the last four.
Your incident has been updated.
Last 4285, again, 2852.
Yeah, that'll be the vehicle.
The car's fine. I'm here. Relax. The car does not leave Jaffo's line of sight. It's okay.
Delta 3. There's a witness here at the residence 2315 saying one male ran into their bushes in their backyard. Take on point.
Okay, copy. 2538. Party run into the backyard, 2242.
One confirms that one at gunpoint.
Your incident has
10-1,
been
I'm complaint
updated.
2242.
Your incident has been updated.
10-1, confirm 2315, backyard.
They're tying up a couple loose ends. Stand by.
I was just confirming if that's what they said. I'm making my way over there.
Okay, copy. No one has complained. They advise they just have a male that ran into the bushes. They're going to be checking.
Delta 3. We did have one at gunpoint. We're code 5 with that one. Possibly another one in the backyard. We'll be checking.
Okay. We'll be checking. One at complaint, 2250. Right. Copy.
Getting a peek in the area, South 2nd and Bromley, Walmart, okay, right.
220, Deputy Neal. What's your location? Where's your vehicle at?
2 Adam 64. We have a second in custody.
264 second, custody 2253.
Your incident has been updated. Your incident
374
has been
confirmed
updated.
this is the driver. Oh, it's 25th in Colorado.
Hey, Sheriff.
Your
What about
incident
the
has
radio?
been updated.
I got to get something to drink.
Welcome
Jaffa.
back, Sheriff. How are you?
I'm good. One of my commanders just sent me a text that says, "Need some oxygen, boss." Heck yeah, it's 32 degrees out, and we're in a sprint. Yeah, I could use a few liters of oxygen right
Your
now.
incident has been updated.
Well, if you didn't hear, or maybe you did hear, I actually caught the guy. I'm surprised my old butt can run that fast, but I did. And we caught him. He's in custody.
Your incident has been updated.
And they got the other guy as well.
Negative, all good.
So we'll
Your incident has been
definitely
updated.
Yeah, team will start, please.
we'll be saving this portion of the video to use for court, since we were involved in the pursuit a little bit.
Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated.
I can see the hearts and thumbs. I can't read the screen. That's too far away, but I can see the hearts and thumbs. And thank you, everybody. Appreciate you joining in with us. Glad you were sitting in the back seat. Does look like my cousin spilled his milk duds, but that's normal. We'll get the car cleaned up again. So, a little bit of a foot pursuit. I am at about 25th and Albion, and I chased him to about 26th in Colorado Boulevard for those that know the area. And got him in custody over there. I'm gonna jump out a minute, talk to the sergeant, see how much trouble I'm in.
You are in a lot of trouble. And if you're in trouble, I'm in a really lot of trouble.
You were just along for the ride, and you guys will probably be okay. Sergeant probably won't yell at you, but I'll get out of the car real quick.
(373) 220 on 2.
Over 220.
Need anything else from Denver?
I don't believe so.
Someone, do we have a CR for the pursuit?
Your incident has been updated.
You do now. 1373 again. 1373.
Copy, thank you. Via looting and motor vehicle theft.
Okay, and I give it to 374. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
You're welcome. 237.
Yeah, it's okay.
Your incident has been updated.
368, are you on the 25th call?
All right, we're gonna
I believe so.
we're gonna move the car here for a minute.
Your incident
back up.
has been updated.
Where the
Right.
Your
One
incident
adult male
has
is
been
folks.
updated.
we're gonna go where the stolen
480,
car is.
09.
All right, so Sergeant did not yell at me. I'm not in trouble.
No. I'm
And-
surprised.
I am too.
373, I'm on the
Your
12th
incident
call.
has
So-
been updated.
When a pursuit is terminated by the supervisor, we typically turn and go the other
Has
way.
been updated.
With us being in an unmarked
Your
car,
incident has been updated.
and with me being the sheriff, we turned our emergency lights off. We resumed
Your
back
incident
to
has been updated.
normal traffic laws,
with the other party.
and
Observed.
we observed from a distance. That's all we did.
Delta 3 and
And he did exactly what I thought he would
do.
do, and that is he's going to get into these residential streets,
Okay, I think they
and he's going
only,
to bail out on foot, leave the car, and that's exactly
Okay,
what he
copy.
did.
264 advice that we're close by in time for the second party.
So there were, I know, at least 2 people in the car. Yep, they just confirmed.
Backyard of 2526 South.
We knew there were 2 people in the car, and
K1, I copy. Code 2-5, possibly one outstanding, checking 2526 LV and
possibly 3. And I grabbed the driver, I do believe, from the description they gave. And one other one was
Your incident has been updated.
LoJack, Delta 4, Edward Charles William, Delta 4, Edward Charles William.
I'm just going to leave you guys here for a minute. I'm going to walk up there and see what they need me to do
Randolph, Colorado.
up there. So I'll be back. We'll hit the trivia question in just
Okay.
a minute,
Signal strength
and we'll come back to it. So don't go away.
245.
Hopefully you've done some research on Goat Hill, and
Your
I will come
incident
back.
has been updated.
And again, Frank Serafini, you don't get a play, 'cause you're the one that gave me the answer, and I was able to confirm it. So
And he's not allowed to
you
text
don't
it in
get
the
a
room.
play. Okay. We're being told there is still one outstanding,
Okay.
not the driver. Thanks, sir.
And 362, I'm still waiting on that LoJack. Stand by. And it's going to be on a white 2019 Kia Sorento license plate, Lincoln Nora Mary 560. Again, Lincoln Nora Mary 560, Oklahoma plate.
16 is playing southeast now from 40th in Colorado Bridge.
Southeast with your signal strength.
10 or so will be clear if each one of them.
Okay, so do what
In fact, I will do that. I will try and give you a better look at the car.
Okay, I think it's going.
Your incident has been updated.
There's the car. Little better view for you. And yes, a lot of paperwork.
Tag 25367, you guys can clear until Brighton gets further.
I got you for one, sir.
Two Adam 64, code 5 rounds.
264, go ahead.
Code 5 en route to the substation, one adult male on board, unit 36, starting mileage 71.
252.
Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated.
Two M71, clear all units, warning break.
All clear, go ahead.
Myself and 61 will be en route to 60 Federal.
271, 261, Southeast 60 on Federal, again 160th and Federal. It's going to be for a suspicious party that was by the RTD law break.
Good.
Male was on a gray Audi sedan, no license plate, left north on Federal.
Okay, what's the time lapse?
As of now, 17 minutes ago.
Okay, we'll search the area.
254. King 1, status.
Well, we're all code for the cars.
All clear for
Your incident has been updated.
Can I get case number for pursuit?
1373,
Your incident has been updated.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 265.
Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated.
371. Who's the tow this week?
It's Mirage, and they're advised for a 2-bed outing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, please. 6-1 in the area. In the area, 227.
And 371, if you can advise Mirage to come from 25th.
Thank you, Dan.
King 4. Thank God has been released to us over for me.
King 4 releases over 32 to the day.
Your incident has been updated.
271 in the area, Federal.
Anything to do with you? Three Adam 63 Animal Business. Audible Business 939E62 Avenue, again 939E62 Avenue, E1 Factory Service, coming from, my apologies,
Oh,
no
Burke.
zone.
It
Looks
is
like no
cold
previous
out there.
history.
It is 32 degrees. I got to get caught up on some of my messages here. 'Cause see, some of you were texting me while I was out of the car. I only have 13 text messages, so
Charles Boyd King.
I'll start at the bottom.
Charles Boyd King, Boy 98.
Commander Cordova, yes, please send over some oxygen. I need it. Got his adrenaline pumping just watching us. Nicely done, he says. Andrew Fulton, officer, he says, great job. I'm watching. Commander Carl Smalley says, great job, sir. Thank you, Carl. I appreciate it. Reserve Commander Dave Martin, nicely done.
261, your place listing back clear and current 2007.
My cousin sent me a picture of a Pepsi. Says, you earned it. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Copy.
I won't tell you what the oversheriff says, but it sounds like she's glad that I'm okay. So, appreciate you worrying about me, dear, but we're good to go. Slipped on the ice a little bit. It is a little slick down in here, but, you know, you can run, but you always get caught. Tonight, just the old guy caught you. Patrol chief texted me, says, well done, boss. Glad to see that all of my patrol deputies did what they were supposed to do when they were told to terminate. Sorry that I didn't terminate. I followed at a distance. I'm in an unmarked, so hopefully you'll forgive me. Sergeant Shackley, way to go, Sheriff. Watched, heard you chasing and catching auto thieves. Makes me miss patrol. He's recovering from COVID from the second round, and he'll be back to work on Monday. Glad you're feeling better, Sergeant.
Yeah,
glad to see you
get better quick. We need you back.
Coming back to work. Deputy Thornton says he's sending oxygen our way. I appreciate it. Appreciate you being proud of me. One of my admin assistants, Sarah, says, great job, and the boys and I were rooting you on. Thank you, we appreciate it. The one people that we didn't give a shout out to that we should have, because they were right there with me, was AdCom. So to all of our dispatchers, thank you for having my back. Thank you for keeping up with me where I was. I appreciate it. Scott Gerhardt says, good job to you, brother. I appreciate it, Scott. Thank you. And my phone is just blowing up. Thanks, Monaco. No, I never lost it. My finances texted me saying, great job, Sheriff. Fantastic job. Thank you. Another one of the deputies. I won't say what he says, but thank you, Deputy Barnes. I appreciate it. Yeah. Is there a G-rated version? What did he say? Bad. Bad donkey. How about that? Can I say bad donkey?
You can say whatever you want.
All right. He does
It's
say
after
badass.
10 o'clock at night.
Kids should be in bed. It's 11 o'clock. So he says badass. Thank you, sir.
There you
I appreciate
go.
it. 10 instant messengers. Let me get over there, see what we're doing. And,
Yeah, those are good ones.
Bobby Grimes gave me some information on the cowboy. He says the cowboy down at Rustic Ranch is 30 foot tall. Let's see. Christy, I'm sorry that you can't transmit it on your TV. Brett Baker says his friend's car is out on Highway 76 with a flat tire. They'll be getting to it later tonight. We'll keep an eye on it for it, Brett. And let him know. We'll try and get through there as much as we can and check on that. Becky, I don't know that I saw that question off of 124th and Thornton.
Yeah.
But that is Thornton's. There's not much we can do to help you up there.
Has been updated.
In Thornton, that's covered by the Thornton Police Department, so I'm sorry.
733
Let's see, let me get to some more here.
County standby for town special attention, District 1. Berg just occurred.
Alright.
Berg just occurred 5888 Broadway and 5888 Broadway. Toned 1004. 3 okay.
Commander Portello from Brighton PD, solid work, Sheriff. Thank you, Monse, appreciate it.
272, okay, for sure.
Jim Perry.
I got these units around 5888 Broadway and 5888 Broadway, room number 106, again, room 106. Repeats advising a male tried to break his window 2 minutes ago. Male left southbound on foot. Should be wearing a blue jacket, carrying a black backpack.
Jim Perry says, good shit. Don't look like you're wasting the taxpayers' money. Keep it up. Be safe. Thank you, Jim. I'm trying not to waste the taxpayers' money, and this is what you guys pay us to do. And we love doing it. We love catching bad guys.
I think they'd like to see you waste a lot more taxpayer money.
Catching bad guys?
Catching bad guys, exactly.
You know, if you're sitting at the bar and you know what you're not doing, you're not catching bad guys. Paul Settlemeyer, thank you, sir. Glad you stayed with us, and I'm glad I was able to be there. Maldo, thank you, brother. He says, good job. I just came up with a new idea for a coin design. Send it to me, Maldo. And it's me chasing bad guys, maybe jumping a fence. At my age, I don't know that I'm going to jump a fence. I'll probably break a hip.
Get to the next question.
All right. My phone just keeps going. I can't catch up. Kevin Healy says, awesome job. Coin tonight goes to Jaffo. And by the way, when was the last time you were in a foot chase? It's been a minute, but I stayed with it.
You were a rock star, dude.
I stayed with it. And let me go back to my other text messages that are blowing up. My admin says, truly awesome, boss. Thank you for your service every day. Thank you, Michelle. But I can't do it without my great admins, and you guys help me a lot. And you're going to be helping me on Monday, Michelle, because we're going to have to enter in a report. We always
and the AdCom updating all the dispatch traffic.
Yeah. Again, one of our admins, Sarah, saying that was awesome. Had me nervous, but glad it ended well. Proud of you. All right. So let's start heading up to that burglary they just toned. We're not gonna be going very fast. I still need to drink some Pepsi and catch my breath again, but breathing better now. We're good. Appreciate you all hanging in there with us. It looks like we got quite a few of you still hanging out with us. So update.
And just we said 10:30. It's 11:06.
Okay.
Midnight. It's 1 a.m. on the East Coast. Midnight in the Midwest.
All right.
10 o'clock on the West Coast. We'll do the drawing in 30 minutes, unless we're in another high-speed chase.
He's going to be inside with his daughter. Advising he doesn't want to talk to officers.
Oh, well, we're not going to Broadway. He doesn't want to talk to us. The burglary that's in progress, the guy doesn't want to talk to us. So we'll get back up into Adams County and get out of the city of Denver here.
263 on St. Broadway.
But a great job to the Adams County Sheriff and again Denver Police now on scene. Yep.
On our right. Oh, I got to back up. This one's for the Oversheriff because I know she was watching.
Hug bug.
Oversheriff. That's a love bug on the right side. Love bug black. You owe me a kiss. I called it first. You've seen it too. So the over sheriff and I, we play a game. We don't call it slug bug like you and I did when we were kids. We call it love bug. And every time we see a love bug, it's a kiss. And so tonight, I'm winning at love bug. I got one.
106.
So you want me to fire off the question about Goat Hill and give them 30 minutes to see who comes up with the answer? It's 11:08 our time, so that'd be 11:38 for the answer to come in. The first person with it.
Yeah, the answer is no, because it would require a 30-minute back scroll. You'd have to scroll back. Yeah, so again.
So when they get it, they got to text it, but it has to be within 30 minutes. Or not text it, but send it to our messenger. No?
When you give the question, they'll obviously...
Yeah,
they'll either know it right away or they're going to do a quick Google search.
Which they probably won't find it.
And they probably won't, but they might. You never know. Some people are good at Google.
Okay.
And then they have to put it in your comment window.
Okay.
And then argumentatively, I got to find which one was first.
All right.
So that's why I'm saying you can't call it now, because someone in 2 minutes versus 38 minutes from now, and you're scrolling back, over 800 comments might be.
All right. You tell me when you want me to ask the question for...
We'll do it in 22 minutes, unless we're engaged in a chase.
unless we're busy doing some other stuff that's more important than that. All right. We are northbound Colorado Boulevard from about, I don't even know where we're at. We just came off of Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. Yeah. We had ended down there at 25th, and I believe that street name was Albion. Go ahead now.
Are you still on scene 26 in Colorado?
I just left if you want to clear me.
Clearance with you on him.
Adam 1, did you need me to return back?
Negative, just making sure.
Copy, thanks. I am clear.
New message.
All right.
We have some information.
We joke about paperwork.
Yeah.
But maybe you could share with the road
Suspect
runners.
is going to be a white male wearing a blue jacket with a black backpack, last seen running southbound on Broadway.
I know you guys are going to say something about the cars doing the illegal lane changes and stuff here, but I'm still in the city of Denver, and I don't have jurisdiction here. So we won't do anything about what they're doing because we just don't have jurisdiction here. We got to get back up into our neck of the woods. We're, our words would be, we're a little deep into Denver, and we are. Denver's obviously pretty busy. They never sent a car by. But we did let them know that we had terminated in their city, and then they did let them know that we were back in their city, because once I was able to find the stolen car and Jaffo spotted the suspect walking down the street, got my attention to him and off of the car. The foot chase was on. So, but it's good. That's what we do. We catch bad guys. And so there's the person that I took into custody, in case you didn't know, Jaffo, was the driver.
Oh.
So the first deputy that had started the pursuit, saw him at the slow speeds, was able to confirm that was our suspect. He was on scene. He said, yep, that is the driver of the car. The other guy was the passenger, and there might be an outstanding passenger, but really the ones we want are the drivers. They're driving the car. They should know that it's stolen. This one, he had to have known it was stolen, I would assume. So we're doing good. Still a little coffee from running in that cold air.
They ask a legitimate question.
Yeah.
What boots do you wear as your... I mean, I know what ones I wear.
Right.
What do you wear for your everyday work boots?
I'm trying to remember what this pair's name is.
Okay, for clarity.
Are they Gates?
No, they're not Gates.
Okay.
Gates has too hard of a sole for me. I will look when I stop next time. I got to look at the sole of the boots because
I'm wearing 511s.
I like 511s. They're really good boots.
I'll be clear off the pursuit. I have the tapes you guys need for the pursuit.
I bought this pair, and you know, it's been a great pair. They've got a lot of ankle support. They got the zippers on the sides. Everything that we as cops look for ease of our boots. We are back into Adams County once we go through the traffic light.
And why don't you wear a coat?
Well, coats are kind of constricting, so.
And it's gorgeous outside.
It's sunny and balmy, 32 to 34 degrees where we're at, so who needs a coat? You know, once you start running, then you get overheated too, so believe it or not, I have on my, I have on a thin pair of long johns or whatever you want to call them.
Thermals.
Yeah, thermals. And then a long sleeve t-shirt, and then my long sleeve shirt. For the most part, that's enough to keep me warm enough. But again, you start getting in foot pursuits.
Railgun.
It makes it a little too
Serial
warm.
number is going to be 4 David 58937. 4 David 58937.
Copy, stand by and confirming this is 3 Adams 71.
This is 2 Adams 71.
Now, on this part of the highway, it has nothing to do with the camera mount.
It's all the...
A lot of you people coming from other states should be very grateful to your state highway departments. CDOT is a whole nother political discussion we are not going to have.
Yeah. You know, so quick explanation of what happens to our roads here in Colorado. Earlier today, it was almost 50 degrees. We're now freezing again. Our ground swells and heaves, like the bumps you just feel us going through or saw us going through here. Our roads swell and heave here, and so it makes it tough to keep our roads smooth during the winter. But that's really what it is. It's nothing more than that. You can probably see all the vibrations, and that's just all the potholes and stuff. I'll try and stay over in this left lane. It's a little bit smoother, but not much.
408, 1408.
Cold air still has me coughing a little bit. Maybe this other lane's going to be a little bit better for vibration. I'm not sure. Believe it or not, you can feel that vibration in our car seats and everything. So, unfortunately, there's just nothing we can do about it.
And then in about 14 minutes here, we'll do the Goat Hill trivia question. Do you want to tease? Do you want to give a hint?
I don't think I do, because I think anything I would say would give away the question.
And again, this will be for another challenge coin, and we'll be sending this one anywhere in the continental U.S. Sorry, I said continental. That does not exclude Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, or the Virgin Islands. You also are included.
Anytime we ship anything out of the United States, we have to do a customs declaration form, and we have to hand take those forms to the post office to be delivered. And so what we found in the past is if we don't have it absolutely correct for that country on our form, which doesn't correspond to other states or other countries, the item gets returned back to us. And you know, sometimes we spend quite a bit of money getting some of that stuff sent to those folks, and so it's kind of sad when we can't get it to them because we didn't get the form filled out quite correctly.
So for example, for Clive listening in Japan, we're going to send him the coin.
Yes.
It's just going to take a little while. Versus, was it Allison or?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Broomfield or in
Brighton.
Brighton, excuse me.
Brighton, Henderson area, I think it was. hers will get to her fairly quick, but the one going to Japan, it's going to take a while. And I know that also because my son is stationed in Japan, as you know. And when we mail him stuff, it takes a minute to get that stuff over to him. Typically, if we're going to send him something for Christmas, we send it about Halloween so he can have it by Christmas time. And even then, it's been late.
True. Again, I was telling you off, we were just chatting one day, but when I was with Adopted Platoon, that was, 4th of July, we were literally laying out Christmas.
Yeah.
And we were at a rodeo, and someone, what are you guys talking about Christmas? Like, you guys don't understand how much we have to box everything, declare everything.
Yeah.
But then you're shipping it to the military, and I'm not denouncing or disparaging on the military, but it takes a while to deliver the mail.
Yeah,
Well,
that's their clear system.
And I didn't realize this.
Even if it's just socks and batteries.
Yeah. So, like, when it goes to Japan, the Japanese customs check everything. Geez, stop.
We can pull in, say hi to Gabriel, and give him a view inside the 7-Eleven instead of an empty parking lot. And you can get a fresh patch of ice for
It's
your.
about time for a refill. That is for
Okay,
sure.
signal string to the north. My apologies. What signal string?
We'll park
And
up
then
here.
that should put us close enough to the bottom of the hour.
Right.
When we get back in the car, when we get back out, we'll just do the trivia.
Right. Is that guy riding a motorcycle tonight?
He is.
Holy cow, that's got to be cold. It's 30 degrees
It
right
was
where we're
not
at.
when he was on his way to work today.
Right? Probably not. But I can tell you what it is now.
Cold.
It is cold.
Hail Boreas kind of cold.
I don't even know about that. I can just tell you that's cold. I'll wait for this car on your right side there to pull out, and I'll flip around and back us in. And, people kind of give me grief sometimes as to why I back in. Where do most of your accidents happen at, Jaffa?
Well, they happen on the street in front of you,
Or
not behind you.
When you're backing.
Also true.
And so when you're in a hurry to get out of someplace, if you have to back up, chances are you're going to have an accident. We'll back in. We're not under stress. We're not in a hurry to get out of here. And it makes it a whole lot easier for us.
And then, folks, what we'll do is we'll let you get out and stretch your legs. You can share and like the page for your friends. And when we get back, let's give away another challenge coin.
Only be just a couple minutes, so hang tight with us. I'll leave the radio running. Hopefully it won't be too quiet for you. And I'll be right back.
Tell you more updates.
No, I lost it when I left 5-6 in Logan.
Okay, that's 52. That's 37. Okay, 37. Three, 7-1, that is. What's your name? One side. One more. That's the presentation.
6 Metal, be with Montana temp tag. Adam Lincoln. Ocean 6217. Adam Lincoln. Ocean 6217.
And confirm that was out of Indiana.
Be Montana.
Okay, copy. Out of Montana, listing back looks like clear and current on a 2022 black Cadillac Escalade.
Adam 67 out.
Adam,
Folks, we'll be back in the car here in about 2 minutes. Just stand by.
A white Volkswagen wheel plates unknown if occupied.
copy. Wait, we'll play on us occupied. 22 bed.
Adam 64 okay for copy. Be a second in Brighton.
22 bed.
J67, I'm coming in the area 367.
22 bed.
Yes, there's
22 bed.
Heading 67, copy Arizona temp tag, Adam Boy 00055, Adam Boy 0055. Heading 67, the vehicle is occupied by one.
Okay, occupied times one listing back in our record out of Arizona.
Heading 67, copy.
22
Adam 71 en route to the sub for evidence.
22 And 367, the first plate you gave was 3 zeros, assisting that as an in-custody plate out of your county.
Adam 67, okay.
53. Here's the only use here. It's 1375 again, 1375.
Okay, paraphernalia.
Traffic train.
King 1 clears this.
Traffic 30.
I didn't park that far from the door, and it is old. It certainly wasn't that cold when I was in a foot pursuit. It seemed a whole lot warmer. Had to check in with the oversheriff, make sure that she was okay. You know, Jaffa, we might need to, when we went over those bumps, that may be part of what our problem is with the camera. You want to try a different mount? Still running.
An unknown injury accident, 80th and Brighton Road, again 80 in Brighton Road.
Who's that?
Should be a single vehicle into a ditch and a lake. Fire is responding. Again, single vehicle into a ditch and a lake. Gray Chevy Impala, updated 2032.
I'll set this right here for now, and I'll let you work on the mount.
371 out, break from the other, jump off right that way.
Installed or removed.
Will you?
3719 copy.
I can
80
guess
Brighton Road. We also have a
by dropping this.
3 or the Gray Chevy Impala.
But again, I don't know.
This is unscrews.
Okay, I'm code as well.
Just here. Take a look at. Look right here. No. Look right here. No,
Okay,
not
see it.
373. I'm in the area.
Oops.
373 in the area. 230.
Tell you what, will you do me a favor? Will you take the camera?
We're in contact, just one.
Get your hand over it. That's all right.
Contact with located to
Let's try this other mount real quick.
Chinatown Road, we're in the area of 80th and Brighton Road. I repeat, there is still an occupant in the vehicle, and there is someone trying to get them out now.
Objective 5, copy.
2233.
Try that mount.
Objective 5, myself and the conversation coming in the area.
Objective 5, become a city in the area, 235.
We have some slow down. Slide down.
Yeah, 63, go ahead.
Let me go see the conflict.
235.
Alright, he's conscious breathing.
Just have a big breathing, unconscious and breathing, 235.
If we got somebody that has rope, possibly.
You're not in the mount at all. It's, you got a gap. That's gonna fall out. There you go.
That's what I was looking for.
I'm not touching it. You yell at me every time I touch
Well,
the mount.
I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna.
I would have yelled at you had I known you touched this before we got in the car. As per the original, you drive. Okay.
Hang on.
Everybody thinks they're Martin Scorsese now. We haven't even printed off the Facebook Police Academy certificates yet, and now we're going to have to come up with Emmys for all of the videographers. We can try that. Now, stand by. You do your run through of your things.
Yep.
And then stand by. Let's do the giveaway and hit the road again. I have to run and grab something out of his register because I don't have them in my bag.
We're trying to get him out of the water.
Driver of the vehicle, out of the vehicle, trying to get him out of the water. 2236.
I'm just going through some text messages. I had to call the oversheriff. She was a little panic-stricken, I guess. She forgot that we do cop work once in a while. And so she's all good. She said that she just needed to hear my voice and she was good again. So good to know that everything's good there, right? So trying to scroll through some of my text messages here so that if I can say what they're saying, I will. Luz Maurice, she said, sent me a text message, said, just talking about the good old days, you haven't changed. Good observation by Jaffo. Glad no one was hurt. Stay safe. She's calling it a night soon. She needs to get up early tomorrow. And I certainly understand that. I know you got plans early in the morning, Ma, so no worries. Appreciate you joining us for as long as you did. So it's always good when we catch those guys.
73. I know you're working on getting him out of the water, but can you confirm we're with Stephen Loya? We have multiple reports of him being somewhere else.
I have one male driver. Another foot? He is out. We are trying to pull him out of the water.
Sounds like we got somebody in the water.
Okay, copy. Go ahead. No name yet. 237.
Alright, let me go to Messenger, see what I got in there that I can answer. Zach, thank you, sir. Appreciate you jumping in there. Zach Smith saying great work. So appreciate that. Let's see, what else we got?
they wouldn't tell us any more information or how they got their information. So we're just trying to confirm you are with Stephen Loya. Otherwise, we need units to check other areas.
Shelly Kahn just sent me some information about Goat Hill. I'll see if it's what my question is going to be.
Delta 3.
All right, so it's your contest. Explain the rules.
Right road break.
All right, so it's going to be the first one
I'm in contact with friends of the driver of this.
that can give me
severely DUI.
the correct info.
Okay, I have been in contact with friends of it.
I'm making sure that Shelly Kahn doesn't already have it.
3M71, I'll be back around to the side to change and do evidence.
So, Shelly, it doesn't look like you have the answer to my question, but nice try. Oh, wait, hold on.
You didn't give out the question, did you?
I have not given out the question. Because if she got it right and I haven't even asked the question yet, we could be...
For clear, I'm seeing he is right.
It doesn't look like she has the answer on her, on the link that she sent me.
Okay.
She kind of has it, but not entirely. Good night, Luz Maria. Thanks for joining us. I know you were with me on that foot pursuit, so I appreciate it. Thanks for helping us out on it. All right, question about Goat Hill is, why is it called Goat Hill? And when did it get its name, Goat Hill? So I was able to find out what the answer was and why it is. So that is the question for the night.
Why don't you show me so I know which one to claim is yes?
Oh, but it's not in here.
Oh.
So we'll have to step out of the car so I can tell you.
Oh, then let's do that again.
All right, let's step out of the car.
We don't get out of the car enough.
No, not nearly enough.
This party is going to be versus Stephen last of Loya. Still trying to get a date for this.
That'll work.
Okay, have to convert Stephen Loya to 41.
Let's see.
So I'll go back now in the scroll, ask the question again, and what are we doing here?
Yep. Let me fire that computer back up. There it is. And you know what I need to do real quick?
Is this going to be common cities or states?
I need to pull this one up real quick because I need to get a case number.
It'll be states, and they have been advised.
Jaffa, I don't know if you heard this or not when we were out on that pursuit earlier, but in that pursuit earlier with that car, the sergeant threw down stop sticks.
Yes.
And it was successful, got
Yes.
both tires on the driver's side. Did you hear how many successful stop sticks he's had in the last 2 years?
I did, but I thought perhaps you should share that. I thought that was tremendous. As you saw, I said, congratulations, that's great work.
Should we use that as a question? The first person that gets closest to it without going over, how many stop sticks has Sergeant McMullen deployed successfully in the last 2 years? And you can't go over it. You only get it one.
Since being a sergeant.
Since being a sergeant. 2 years of being a sergeant.
And Taxi 5, just for information, State Patrol does have 2 troopers en route. I don't need TA so far.
So, one for Goat Hill, and then that one. And you know the answer for Goat Hill because I told it to you. So, there you go. So there's 2 coins.
All right, so Goat Hill is 1, and then the other regarding Adams County is regarding the sergeant. How many times
has he been successful
in deploying stop sticks
without going over?
Well, forgive me because I'm going to have to talk quite a bit here. So, so you want me to use your version, your answer is the correct one.
Can you clear and list 387-6119? 387-6119.
Several are giving the obvious is that because they used to raise goats there. So that's a half right.
I'll add a Commerce City.
Bringing up the 1930s.
That's going to be our vehicle in the water.
Did I just hear vehicle in the water?
Yeah, they had a traffic accident with a vehicle in the water and they were getting them out.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to pull something up on my computer that I need for my report later, so that's why we're sitting here for just a second longer, because I've got to get the information.
Washington Street again, 8290 Washington at the Circle K break.
From 58th in Washington.
RP is calling in advising males put their backpack. Should be an ex-boyfriend last of Danny. 12/22/97 should be.
I got people sending me text messages telling me what the answer is. But that's not the right place to tell me the answer.
Goat Hill was originally known as Tenderfoot Hill before the flood in 1921, renamed Goat Hill after a large wave of immigrants moved in. Family was connected by their Catholic faith, poverty status, etc.
No weapons, but it's possibly DK. Did take a black backpack with gold on it.
Did they hit the rest of it? They got most of it.
They got most. They're missing the one key word.
You got most of it. I don't know who it was.
That's Elizabeth Mandernick. Mandernash. After Goat Hill was annexed into the city, many of the residents were paid to relocate in order to build the new Interstate I-25, part of the neighborhood that is now the police department shooting range. These goats hung on the hillside and ate the flowers the women planted to decorate the place. You're missing one word, and that's kind of effed up there. I know it's after. They like the way that I said, by the way, it's after 10 o'clock. You can say what you want.
Yeah.
I'll just say that's kind of effed up because they're missing the one word. So they're kind of a half in.
So should I give it?
Well, I'm not. I haven't seen one yet. Goat Hill is also known as Bellevue Dome in Larimer County. That's not it. 1830 immigrants came with goats. They're missing the one word. I'm still scrolling. No. Goat Hill, nickname for Patero Hill. Chicken, cows, goats.
Missing one. Almost.
You're killing me with this.
Nicholas Miller, new Deputy Miller. Let me address you properly, sir. Congratulations, Deputy Miller from Larimer County.
He said the right word?
He did?
No, I'm asking.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. He sent me a message, and Deputy Miller has just been sworn in, and so I just wanted to give him a quick shout out because he deserves it. That's good.
261-271, rechecking status.
271, code 4 in the summons.
The key word I am not finding, Sheriff. I'm sorry.
All right, let's give it to him. He's as close as I think anybody's probably going to get.
To yours or the one I read?
The one that you read.
Okay, I'm scrolling back up to find her. It was Elizabeth Mandernack. Mandernach. Mandernash or Mandernick. Right. Elizabeth Mandernick.
Elizabeth, go to our instant messenger for the Adams County Sheriff's Office. Send me your name that you want it mailed to and the address. Make sure you put the city, state, zip code, street address, or P.O. box. We'll get it shipped out to you. The word that you were missing was goats and sheep. So it was a big area for that. The immigrants had come in, a lot of them from Spain, which a lot of people didn't know, and I didn't know, but they were Spaniards, had come in and they were raising goats and sheep. So, that's what it was.
All right, and then the follow-up question again regarding one of your Adams County Sheriff's deputies.
Sergeant?
And the sergeant.
Yep.
And the numbers, because I'm getting a whole bunch
to
start.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Just repeat the question, I'll give the guesses.
All right. Adams County Sergeant McMullen successfully deployed stop sticks tonight, deflating 2 tires on a vehicle.
That allowed the sheriff to...
Yep, that allowed us to catch the bad guy. What is the number of successful deployments that he has had in the last 2 years since he's been a sergeant? Get me the number that's closest without going over.
Unless they hit it.
Unless you hit it dead on.
Kyle says 20. I'm just going to read all of the numbers. The sheriff and I know, but I'll let the sheriff...
First one is
be the winner, right?
The one that hits it on the nail.
Kyle Lombardi says 28. Alyssa Hunter says 308.
2 Adam 67's with me.
Casey says...
7441 Carnation Place, 7441 Carnation Place. Neighbors are having a loud party. Should be 2 to 3 houses north of this location. Are people in this line? Both in Route 2050.
300 is not the answer.
308.
That is, we're not over 300. We're not over 200.
Casey said 23. Okay. Colleen says 32. JD says 15. Tammy says 25. Veronica also says 15. Deborah says 24. Dee Dee says 26. Dwayne says 27. Steven says 7. Anna Leah, 27. Brian says 21. Gina says 35. Mark says 26. Pete is being funny. He says only 1 because he uses the same sticks.
Unfortunately, they got to be replaced each time, so it's higher than 1.
And that was a joke. I mean, we know that's a joke, but that was a good one.
You know, sometimes you got to throw it out there and try.
He's resourceful.
He is.
He recycles.
I give him props for that. That was a good guess.
Toomey says 23. Robert says 17. Greg says 24. Angel says 50. Brian says 36. Debbie says 7. Justin says 12. Sandy says 8. Matthew says 11. Ariel says 10. Christina a little high at 65. Mac at 8. Pam giving him 100. Angel guessing 55. 1 guess per, peeps. Jason says 1. Lisa 78.
Too high.
Nick says 14. Jeremy 120. Suzanne 15. Chris 31. Michael 67. Maggie 67. Lyle 16. Darlene 22. Chris 46. Don is 9. Nick 31.
We code 6 and 64 Lowell to change the light. Silver sedan. Readable lights.
You have 8 minutes left to get your answers in. 8 minutes.
Angel 67. Kelly 47. Chris 51. Michelle 36. Mark 26. Chris 22. 77. The number has not been guessed.
No.
Debbie 7. Brianna 15. Michael 10. Lyle 17. Greg 5. Mary 18. Paul 30. Angel 67. Mark 26. Colleen 1. Lauren 12.
Silver Chevy Suburban expiration is
1 is not correct.
Yeah, it's more than 1.
Yeah, it's more than 1, and it's less than 50. How about that? More than 1, less than 50.
Shannon 24, Nikki 99, Jesse 45, David 11, Randy 37, Toomey 23, Carrie 50, Lauren 43, Kelly 7, Joe 20, Christina 65, Matt 6, David 26, Ben 189, Debbie 129, Analia 133, Ariaya 23, Michelle 57, 157, Amanda 21, Liz 6, David 112, Toomey 23. Matt, guys, you can't just start throwing out numbers now. Many of you are guessing multiple times. Jennifer 102, Chris 124, Debbie 3, Brandy 43, JD 56, Louise Maria, good evening, she says 7, 112, JD 44. We're just not going to answer the over 100 now.
Yeah.
Ron is 7, JD 29, Daniel 52, 52, 33, Cole 42, Mike 45, David 53, John 9, Tammy 56, Colleen 41, Evelyn 45, Mike 20, Brian 22. Oh my God, this is worse than 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Linda 16, Debbie 28, Stephanie 25. Do you remember the number?
I do.
Good.
It was this, remember?
Yeah, I know. Colleen 27, David 34, Jesse 28, Ray 85, Darlene 45, Tracy 32, Melinda 21, Analia 47, David 42, Pete 48, Caroline 49.
It's too high.
They're all guessing multiple numbers now. Carrie 12, 6, 41, 49, 33, 46. We have a winner.
All right, just read it. Since I'm driving, I can call it back.
Debbie, congratulations. You called it at 13.
All right, there's our winner, Debbie. Congratulations.
Debbie Hauser Plunkett.
Congratulations, Debbie Hauser Plunkett. You are the correct guess at 13 in 2 years. I know that doesn't sound like a whole lot, but 13 successful deployments is pretty good. That means he's probably deployed double that and just hasn't been able to get good sticks.
Debbie, if you will, since you're on Facebook, if you just want to head over to the Adams County Sheriff's page and send a private message on the messenger and give us your address and the name you want it mailed to, and we will get it out to you this next week. And thank you all for playing.
Yeah, congratulations to our winners. That's awesome.
And since you have an engaged audience, and we are pushing 2 a.m. on the East Coast.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. I'm Sheriff Rick Reigenborn from the Adams County Sheriff's Office. I appreciate y'all joining us again, or hanging out with us, whichever it is. Just kind of give you a real-time look at what we do. If you were with us earlier, you saw that we got into a pursuit. The sergeant terminated it. We turned off our lights and sirens and all of that stuff. Followed them 2 more blocks because we knew that they were going to probably dump the car at that point. And that's exactly what they did. They dumped the car, took off on foot. I was able to take the driver into custody. Other units took one of the passengers in custody, and one of the other passengers probably got away. But not bad. Not bad for a night of work. Certainly better than watching paint dry, I do believe.
Red paint dries the fastest.
What does dry the fastest?
According to one of the Sparkies.
Yeah, red wet paint dries the fastest. Oh my goodness.
Okay, now I've got people saying that they said the number before and I didn't read it. So here, we'll screenshot it and we'll do that in the audit.
All right.
Carol, if we missed you, then we will obviously make good on that. But I tried to run them all in real time. Yeah. So if I missed you, I'm sorry. It was nothing personal.
But we can go back and look. So, not a big deal. The feed saves it, so we can just pull it back up because we save all of that.
Do we want to, well, I'm sorry, where are you planning on deploying here?
As far as what?
Do you want to run up to the Pillar of Fire?
Yeah, we'll run up to the Pillar of Fire, see if we can get a good view looking down into Denver, see where we came from.
And then maybe we could have everybody chime off where they're at right now.
Sure.
I'm curious how many are in Australia, New Zealand down there again.
Yeah, pretty big following.
We had a bunch of them a couple weeks ago, yeah.
So tell you what, let's, at 12:30, I will do another challenge coin at 12:30. You up for another one?
Absolutely.
You want to read the feed when we do it?
If we have confidence in me to do that, yes.
If we're not busy doing something else, at 12:30 we'll do another challenge coin. If you've been a real long-time resident of the Denver area, you'll know this answer. It won't be that hard. So that one should go fairly quick if a Colorado native is still up with us in about 30 minutes or so. And then it's kind of always been up to me which coin I'll send you, so I won't tell you which coin you're going to get. I'll reach into my bag and we will pull out a coin and send you a coin. Yours may not be the same as somebody else's, or it could be. I have a couple of different ones that we can choose from. So it's a fun little way. But challenge coin's kind of a neat thing. If you walk up to me and you challenge me with your challenge coin, and I don't have my challenge coin on me, if I don't have a challenge coin on me, I will buy you the soft drink of your choice. If you challenge me and I have my challenge coin on me, you have to buy me the soft drink of my choice.
I thought it was wash your car.
I wish it was wash my car, but it's always been buy a drink ever since I've known. So
if you want to roll up on this slow and give them a little history on the Pillar of Fire.
So,
and we can from a distance we can zoom out onto it.
Yeah. Let's see as we get a little bit closer. This, as a patrolman in the 90s, we always called this the Pillar of Fire, and I never knew it as anything other than the Pillar of Fire.
There we go.
You can almost see it coming into screen there.
506.
Go ahead.
There you go.
There you go.
So I'll roll up on it a little slow. Hopefully it'll come into view for you.
It will.
105th and Highway 85 northbound, the red Acura.
So this is a college from the early 1900s. It was actually Westminster College. Says it above the door on one of the entrances going in. And it's crazy because I saw a Facebook post on it earlier today.
All right, so here's your check-ins for tonight.
Okay.
We're 2 a.m. on the East Coast, midnight in the Rockies, and 11 p.m. on the West Coast. Let's try and get through all of these fast, and if I miss somebody, I apologize. It is not intentional. If we missed your number 13, it will be addressed promptly.
But it'll only be whoever was the first one. And of course, we'll still send it to Elizabeth because we did call her as being the first one that we found.
All right.
So I'm going to make a U-turn here. That'll bring the Pillar of Fire back in on the front side. You just won't be able to see all of it, probably, because it is a pretty big building. And we'll back up.
In order, here we go. Retired Colorado, Minnesota, Kansas peace officer, excuse me. Here we go. South Dakota, Brighton over by the Prairie Center, northern Minnesota, northwest Ohio, Broomfield, Coalfield, Tennessee, Green Bay, Wisconsin, Colorado native, Brighton, Hartford.
3 Adam 6 sent you a phone message.
That is the Denver skyline that you folks are looking at out there.
And now we can zoom in on a little bit. There we go. Brighton, Hartford, Kentucky, upstate New York, Huntington, West Virginia, South Central Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Whidbey Island, Washington, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Eureka, Montana, Spring Grove, Minnesota, Colorado native, Hope, Arkansas, Twin Cities, Minnesota, Hamilton, Ontario, Brighton, Colorado. A lot of Colorado natives. Illinois. the Twin Cities, Tacoma, Washington.
Lots of hearts going up there. I can see that from here. So
The screen hasn't frozen, ladies and gentlemen. You're just looking at the skyline of Denver. It's not on fire, and there's really not a lot going on.
yeah, we have
Your screen's frozen.
No, it's not frozen. I'm just sitting here for a minute.
Get out there and dance.
Yeah, I'm not dancing.
Show him how you tackled and took the suspect down.
I didn't tackle him. I told him that the canine was coming, and I barked a couple of times, and he gave up.
Barked like a dog. Upper Michigan, Broomfield, Rocky Ford, Colorado. 1 a.m. in Mississippi, Massachusetts, South Dakota, Hitchcock, Texas.
Yeah, the radio's kind of
Okay, do we have a description?
a little light tonight.
From they're fighting just north of Pecos, semi.
Thornton, Atlanta. Craig.
Okay.
I heard that.
360, okay, Howard 36, Federal.
Oh, don't know.
272, Hispanic male, black hoodie, white pants,
Let's
Calling
go.
for help.
female, tan jacket, blue jeans.
Hang tight, we're not far.
Yep, we're going for a ride again, kids.
Okay, I got these parties on the northbound. Diagnostic highway man. Now, yeah, check it. Open.
And they're on the east side of 84th, riding to the shopping center. I'll be out with the other two.
Alright, we don't blow through red intersections. It's a good way for us to get hurt. Clear. And we're good.
Boy out of Falls, versus 8. Boy out of Falls, versus 8.
Another stolen vehicle.
That's your company. You can inform that there's a very large amount of passengers on scene.
Okay, gonna be large amount of time on the front seat. Brake session on the two copy.
As you can see, we're coming up into the area.
Just 5 miles, signal last leaning northbound Pecos through the shopping center. East side of 84.
360 in the area, checking.
You do whatever
You
you need.
can also advise Thornton just in case.
We're gonna cruise through, see if we can find the suspects. We got
Copy, brake dude.
enough
Sorry,
cars
do you
here at
copy?
the accident, so we're gonna cruise on through and see what we can locate in the shopping center. They took off running on foot.
Do we have any details on the suspect?
Yep, it's posting up on the computer.
Thank you.
now.
That's your information.
There's a male and a female, I think it was.
Okay.
We'll go through this
Sorry,
apartment.
stand by, Bridge Street, and you go ahead.
Both parties were going to be northbound on the east side of the road, headed towards the back of the King Supers.
Back of the King Supers. Alright, let's cruise over there.
All right, help us out,
Okay,
Roadrunners.
Bridge
Keep a
northbound
solid
on
eye
the
out.
east side of the road towards the back of the King Supers on 84 in Pecos. Brake Thornton, did you copy that information for that 84 Pecos call?
The unmarks also make it a little bit easier for us to get into this stuff and see. So,
And we're looking for a man and a woman.
yep.
Folks, we'll get back to your comments here in a little bit. Our eyes are occupied
A
right
little
now.
busy.
A little busy.
Since you're backlighting me.
Ground 733.
And I'm not seeing any foot traffic below in the apartments.
Truck was backlighting us. He came in off of Pecos, so.
And the fence, obviously, they wouldn't jump as it's barbed
Tyler,
wire.
clear.
Probably
Do
went
you have
into
any
that
other
apartment
known locations
complex.
for this guy?
Would be my guess.
Would be the one where you're pulling in,
Yeah,
yeah.
one we're headed into. Unless they went into the grocery store. Usually, that's not what they do. They don't go into businesses and try and get out of the area. So, less 2 parties east side. Hispanic male, black, with a black hoodie, black and white pants, female, running towards the shopping center. That's not him, he's got car keys. Black pants. It said it had white pants. I gotta pop my seatbelt off. Because if I need to take off running again and leave you guys behind, I'll just apologize now.
You wonder why I have abandonment issues.
Yeah.
I'm even looking under the cars.
Yep.
I'm seeing nothing.
Love bug red.
That's 2.
That's 2. I'm still winning.
You want to go with your gut and go look in the apartments?
Yep. I'm gonna go into this apartment complex.
Because again, from where we were to drop down was about 12. I mean, you could jump and not break your legs.
Yeah, it's kind of got a.
And that was still a fall.
It's not really a. It's not what you would think. It's sloped, so it looks like it's straight down, but it's not. It's sloped. If you look to your left, you'll see that's got a slope.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
320, 330.
Just a little slower.
Yeah.
There we go.
330, good.
We're trying to look in between cars and everything.
Checking the apartments over there.
We're slowing down.
I'm sorry, repeat. Was that you on 84th going into those apartments? Negative.
That's you.
Adam 1, that's me.
Copy, I'll be on the west side over here.
Okay. I went straight down the front entrance. I'll take it all the way to the very back, and then I'll go to the east.
Sheriff, I got nothing.
Yeah, but... So, this is one of the rules that I used to use when I was running the road as a sergeant.
That dog barking is interesting, though.
Yeah, Adam 722, Adam 727.
And that is 8
Good,
minute,
72, good for
8-minute miles.
I take 1-4 breakthrough, there's been trade in the area.
A person in halfway decent shape can run a mile in 8 minutes.
Right.
We're 5 minutes into this one already. So you got to start expanding your field of what you're going to look
Adam
for.
62, status.
If the average person can run a mile in 8 minutes.
Right.
Now, tonight, at a 30-degree temperature, do I think somebody can run an 8-minute mile? No. It's too cold out. And so with it being as cold as it is, it's probably not probable that they could run a mile in 8 minutes because it's too cold here and it hurts your lungs, and so you slow down. You've seen how far it took me to run 2 blocks.
Right.
And you heard how gassed I was. So they're not going to get super far, but they may be from this apartment complex and embedded down inside. If they're inside, we're not going to catch them.
20, what was the description on the mail?
Hispanic male wearing a black hoodie and white pants.
Copy, thank you.
You're welcome at 14.
But that's a rule of thumb that I always use when I'm setting up area searches and stuff, is 8-minute miles. So every 8 minutes you need to expand by another mile. Pretty good rule of thumb to have, right?
Yeah, the math works, yes. And I would agree with that math.
Yeah, been successful with it. Tried and true.
Yes, and to the male was the driver.
All right, male's the driver.
372 male was the driver, 15.
Now you got to think, if they're in a stolen car, which they were, what are they likely to do?
Well, they're going
steal another car.
Correct.
So that's why we want to hang out into the area a little bit, go slow, listening for car alarms, anything like that. Looking for people that'll be standing in between cars that don't look like they belong to those cars. So when we're driving through here, that's what we're looking for, that kind of activity. People that don't belong at the cars probably don't have the keys. If they're in one stolen car, they're probably going to steal another to get out.
Adam 62, just confirming you did copy that with the code 8 vehicle at the beginning.
Code 8 for us means it's stolen.
16.
They just parked that vehicle and getting out of it. So that was that truck that was behind
Right.
us when we were coming in.
I'm 20. I'm at 84th Place in Mariposa with a male and female, black jacket with blue jeans. Were they carrying bags or anything?
I believe the female was. The male dropped a bag on pavement up here.
Okay. Did she have like a headband thing on?
I couldn't tell. Her hair was down. It was brown hair, long hair.
Let's flip around and go down one of those
I don't
other
think this is
drives.
them.
Okay, possibly unrelated 8 place in Mariposa, 16.
Round 7-3, clear assist.
All right, there's another driveway we can go drive down.
M72, who's the registered owner of that Cody vehicle?
Stand by break. Last unit that just cleared, confirmed designator.
Love Bug Black on the right side. She had plenty of time to call it, and she didn't. That's 3.
And the registered owner is going to be a rental company. Actually, disregard. We have 2 different reports. It's going to be gray X1 BMW. That registered owner shows as Jason Calvo.
I have one, people,
However,
but there's no reason to be blaring the lights and letting know everybody what we're doing.
Sentra. I'm guessing the plates were reissued.
I think that's a light on the
I'm not
building.
sure what.
Somebody wants you to issue me a flashlight,
Oh.
which I think is funny.
Wow.
It's going to be the BMW.
It's like,
Okay, copy. What is their rating?
yeah, we have some pretty good flashlights in here.
And I was going to say, I think my night vision's pretty good. I think we already proved that tonight.
Yeah,
330, go ahead.
well, I was focused
Got
on
the
the
male
car.
jumping into a yard here just north of 88 Huron.
I'm done with you, Martin Scorsese.
Area over at the school.
Okay, Mel jumping into a yard north of 88 and here onto a gated fenced area at a school at 19.
It'll be over here on the west side. I'm at the corner of the school. Appears to be African American male. Black hoodie, light colored pants, black. And there was a female with a peach shirt with him. I don't know where she went.
Alright, put my seatbelt on and get up to 88.
Okay, on the west side, black hoodie, light pants with a bag, female with him, peach shirt, unknown location 19.
Matches our description of our suspect, so I'm gonna...
72, possible suspect named Devin Arlington. Devin Arlington.
We'll leave
Okay,
this
Dylan
complex.
Arlington, 19.
Confirm is vector D to school at 8401, or you said 88 in here.
88 in here.
84 in here, just north of the gas station.
Okay. So you need to
Back on
move
our
that.
primary. Nope, you're good. I just need to reach over and put his
Okay,
back
jump the
on
trail going north, unknown direction from there. I can't get into the gated area. Unknown field.
Oh, we send up
On
K9.
the north side, the school near the car wash.
We're going to go around these guys because they got that intersection all
Yeah,
blocked.
dude, smells direction going.
Folks, this isn't a law enforcement question. It's more directed towards those who make... I'm not even going to say it. Never mind.
371 clear assist. Out to Huron.
Give us just a sec. We're trying to get over here to see if we can't catch
You're
this.
clear right.
See if we can't catch this guy from the stolen vehicle. We had to go around it because there's enough cop cars over there we can't get through. Remember when I was saying 8-minute miles?
Again, the numbers were right.
Makes a little bit of sense, right? Believe. This is Milky Way. Let's go to 88. We're over by Waterworld, but that's not where this is happening at. We're at Pecos. We're going to go to the east over to Huron.
Yeah, I'm 20.
Kind of on the west, northwest, or southwest corner of the charter school, just down the hill from the discount tire. Possible the suspect could get into the storage unit to the west of us here.
That's behind us.
This fence is accessible to climb from here.
He went to the east.
Okay.
See a patrol car set up down here. So.
Okay, male possibly down to the storage space area to the west of you. Accessible on 22.
They just shut off their lights, so I'm not sure.
306 team Huron.
I'm 22.
Got another car over there to our left. One of our cars.
And on the bottom.
Yeah.
272, the male was the driver of the coded vehicle, just for information.
Okay,
Patrol's
22.
still sitting there down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Shooting 205 on Adams County Primary.
King 205.
Do you guys need a dog down there?
I'm 20, can you advise?
It's going to be dependent on if we can find a spot where they can get into this fenced area with the dog to search.
220, if you can check with Fed Heights if this is going to be theirs, and see if they want us to deploy a dog on this for 7-2 if you're on scene with them. Find out.
72, that's safer for Fed Heights Sergeant.
Okay, Fed Heights requesting dog break. King 205 with Thornton. Would you be able to assist if you have access
How
to
are
the
ya?
gated area?
Good.
303, I just had 2 people come out onto Huron just north of my location. I'm not sure if it's the same parties. They're walking past the car wash right now.
Okay, 2 parties north of you.
Not related.
Parties unrelated. 20.
361.
361.
Was the female a black female?
Two 7 can you advise?
I thought they said it was a white female. That's
72 away from.
oh, you just said black female.
Okay, copy.
Team 1, myself and 4 are around Huron.
Thanks.
See if they can find him again. Seems like it's quite a distance, but time-wise,
Sergeant, 20 miles depending.
It's probably close. Oh, he might have her right there. Yep. He's got her.
DV just occurred out of 3 on the highway.
Oh, there she is.
What was that?
DV just occurred on the highway.
And here we go.
Out of 3.
There they are.
That's a male. That ain't right.
3 on 3.
Nope, that's not
3 on 30.
because he had on white pants and a
You can
black
also check
hoodie.
with Pinnacle. There's a gate code to this fence. Maybe we can get it and see if we can get in that way.
That ain't gonna be him.
And he's not even winded.
Nah. No, that ain't gonna be him. We'll flip around. We'll get back over. I thought that was a little bit far, potentially.
Yeah, so you can send me the DV.
There's 3 or 4 cars here.
TV just occurred 6700 I-25 northbound again 6700 block of I-25 northbound. RP's advising boyfriend pushed RP out of the car on the side of the highway over the wall. RP's advising boyfriend no longer on scene. RP's gonna be wearing a brown long coat and black pants. Boyfriend last seen heading northbound in a white and gray Audi A7.
From Coronado, Washington.
I got these. Do you want me to stage medical? RP advised the boyfriend was physical and did try to choke her as well.
To get all the way over here to Conifer is a bit of a stretch.
It is a little run.
Especially in this cold weather.
Somewhere on the 6700 block of I-25 northbound, she advised she's by a bridge wearing a long brown coat and black pants.
I can tell you my lungs are still a little bit sore. Got some burn going still
Contact and advice.
from running in this weather.
Okay, and 20 seconds.
Again, we're looking for a black male wearing white pants and a black hoodie, along with a black female.
I'm 27, break 3, item 63, we're checking status.
We're gonna go back over towards Pecos. That would have been a quick run, especially coming uphill.
And as we're driving slow by the 7-Elevens, quick stops, whatever's, because they may have jumped in for a little shelter.
Yep, and we're gonna have one here at the corner here, as they kind of did a loop and came back around towards Pecos.
King 205.
King 205.
I'm sorry, miss. Did you guys need a dog down there?
Yep.
Patient.
We have 2 of our canines en route.
Okay, we'll just hang by then. Over off 88.
Okay, 27.
Looks like this one is closed for the evening.
It is.
So we'll wait for this car to pass. We'll go far to the right.
Yeah, let's just check out this Maverick just in case.
You never know.
263, 364, get disregard. I'm gonna watch cover 373 from 73 Washington.
Plus, what do people do on a cold winter night in the state of Colorado?
306,
At these convenience stores when they run in to buy something?
And what is that a trick question?
No.
What do they go to the bathroom?
They leave the cars running.
Also true to just run in or get gas. That's true.
What's an easy way to steal a car?
Run right into us and
There
go
you
to
go.
a 7-Eleven or wherever. You're right.
Yep. So that's why we want to start hitting these and start
Yeah,
making sure.
I'm sure once you jumped the fence, I couldn't see him anymore. Break.
But it sounds like they had somebody jumping the fence at that school.
306, you got to the car wash pretty quick.
Yeah,
so
it sounds like from that
possibly,
call that they did have an ID on them.
Yeah.
360, I don't believe so. They have a pretty hard fence to jump over there, and
But
I didn't see any fresh tracks in the snow embankment coming down from the fence.
not seeing anybody that matches the description.
Okay. I'm on a hill that overlooks Wadi. I'm not seeing anybody in there, so I'll head south.
Do you want to tell them? Okay. Be safe.
Adam 73 here. If he's advising she's going to be right by the Boulder and Fort Collins exit.
Center, copy.
29.
This one. Nothing's pending. 12:30 on the end.
Welcome
On
to
the
crunch
half.
time.
So we were going to do another trivia question.
We were.
12:30.
And then this came up.
Yep, but it is 12:30. So we can do our question.
And we can forget about the scroll of where everybody was from, because that's long gone
Yeah, that's
now.
long past. All right, so
We'll say hello and good night to all of you here in a little bit, where you're from. So yeah, Sheriff, what should our next trivia be?
So let's go back down to the rustic ranch and the cowboy.
The cowboy at the rustic ranch, okay?
30-foot tall cowboy at the rustic ranch.
All right.
So start your feed now. So starting right now from 12:30, first person with the correct answer will be the winner.
And the subject is the rustic ranch and the cowboy?
Yep.
All right. I am watching the scroll, starting with Chip Bigelow, who again it wants to.
The request for Pinnacle Charter. It's not actually ours, so we're going to
Can you zoom out?
see if they have any
We are.
information on it.
We are zoomed out.
So I don't know. Again, the film school. I apologize.
Yeah.
We are zoomed out. Thank you.
You can see the hood of the car. So we're.
And we're at 30 feet. So we're going to start your scroll right here, right now. Go ahead.
Okay. What was the original reason the cowboy was built at the rustic ranch? And go.
The original reason.
Mm-hmm.
Two 6-5 and Pro 5 with 1.
265, Pro 5, 35.
All right.
The camera has not frozen. Thank you very much
We're
for watching
stopped at
it.
a traffic light. We are going through areas where we lose cell connection, and it does get a little spotty.
The cowboy is a mobile home park, but the question was?
The question is, why was the cowboy built? Yep, Ryan.
We have a winner. Congratulations, Ryan Andrew, for an amusement park that never happened.
Yep, that's it exactly.
Now, Ryan, it appears that you are the first answer. We are screenshotting that so that if there is an audit required. Again, Ryan, would you please message on the Adams County Sheriff's page your mailing address and your name? Kyle also saying it was originally an entrance to an amusement park.
Yep, amusement park.
Flea market, Bonanza Flea Market for the county fair.
Yeah, nope.
To scare the crows.
Yeah.
A restaurant, etc. So what's the backstory behind that?
It was built for the amusement park that never got built. That was the whole reason. And then the land got sold to a developer, and they made it into a mobile home park. Bonanza.
3 in contact.
373 in contact with 33.
Bonanza flea market that you're talking about was down in that area, but
in the bottom, in the gully.
Yeah, but that is not. I mean, it did go all the way over to there, but you got to remember that Rustic Ranch is on the other side of the highway, and there wasn't much from the Bonanza that went on that side of the highway. There was some, but not much. But it wasn't built for the flea market. It was built for an amusement park. They did quite a big story on it. It was kind of a big thing.
Farley was chiming in. According to an old Denver Post article, the cowboy was supposed to mark the entrance of an amusement park that never materialized.
Yep.
It stayed put anyway, because, you know, it's a 30-foot concrete structure.
It is. It's been hit a few times, too, believe it or not. And they repair it and keep it in pretty good shape anymore. It's kind of a landmark for that area. It's pretty neat. I remember it as a small child, so it's been there for a while. I couldn't. Since he has the news article, he could probably tell you when it was built. But it's been a while.
1955 sound right?
Way before I was born. It could be right.
Okay.
I wouldn't say no. I can tell you, as a small kid, that cowboy was always there. I had always told my mom I was going to grow to be as tall as that cowboy. I didn't realize it was 30 feet tall, so glad I'm not Jack Bunyan or whatever his name was.
So well done, Ryan. Again, please just message the Adams County Sheriff page. Send a little message. Give us your name, your mailing, what you want it to be mailed under, and your mailing address, and we will get that out here at the beginning of the week. And again, congratulations. Yeah, you're fine.
We're not frozen. We're stopped at a traffic light.
365 out with 265.
Being confirmed, yes, was built in 1955.
Nice. I wonder, and I don't know for sure.
John Sutton was the sculptor.
That's right. I do remember that now that you mention that. I wonder, was it to compete with Lakeside?
That was my guess out of the car.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but I wonder, because that's probably about the time that Lakeside was
in
being
1955, 10 years coming out of World War II, and the massive expansion. Many cities, Denver, Atlanta, Minneapolis, Chicago, we're seeing with urbanization out of the city and the families.
Yeah.
And recreation on the weekends.
Yeah. Lakeside's been there forever, still in operation.
Cameron is scheduled for his ride-along on Wednesday morning with the Adams County Fire.
Oh, very good.
So all of you, if you'd like to get a ride-along with the Adams County Sheriff's deputies, simply, where can they go on the website, Sheriff?
So you got to go to the Adams County Sheriff's Office website for that one. And it is all online.
Yeah.
You can apply. We still do ride-alongs.
I'll have a trooper with me, and I'll be walking the perimeter of the hotel.
And fill it out, send it back. Don't email it to me, because
Okay, with the trooper walking the perimeter of the hotel.
there's a couple of different emails on there that you can email it back to, and it gets sent over to Patrol Division. You can't put it in on Wednesday and try and ride on Friday. It takes a little bit of time for us to get through all the background process, because you're sitting in our patrol cars and we have our computers up with CBI stuff on it, so there has to be a clearance done so that we're CJIS compliant.
By the way, the sculptor of the cowboy, Joe Sutton, also created the playground dragon over there in University Park that everybody calls the dinosaur.
I did not know that.
So there's a little extra trivia.
Wow.
And Lakeside originally opened in 1908. Lakeside was originally called White City.
Wow.
I think somebody put that in.
Good. I don't know.
It's 1908, so Stranger Things.
Although, you know, Lakeside has some pretty good history.
Amazing history. And the link to Coney Island, because the roller coaster is the replica of the Cyclone.
Yep. Well, it actually used to be, so the lake that's over there used to be fountains, and people would swim and slides and all kinds of stuff. And so if you go to the Lakeside City Administration Building, there's pictures of it. It was very impressive.
All the crap about downtown and the development that went on with Pepsi Center, Elitch's, etc. Okay, so the amusement rides?
Yeah.
Who are the guys that set the music for the rides, for how long the lines in the queue are, etc.?
Yeah.
So guilty as charged.
Yeah.
But I loved Elitch's and Lakeside. I did not like when they moved Elitch Gardens downtown.
Yeah. I didn't like it when they put Elitch's downtown. I liked it when it was down off of 38th and Tennyson.
Yeah. Do you remember the restaurant, the Mexican restaurant on 38th?
I do. Yeah.
Remember the name?
I don't.
Because you'd come out of the pavilion area from the garden and the courtyard side.
Yeah.
Does Chavez ring a bell?
I don't.
His family that owned it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that was the best food.
Yeah.
But
There's still some pretty good restaurants.
Oh, there's still
down in that
great
area.
Mexican restaurants on Federal and Sheridan, and then 38th stretch.
If you like Greek food, what's a good one down on Colfax for Greek food?
Well, I'm partial because I know the guys over at Famous Pizza.
At which one?
At the Famous Pizza on Capitol Hill.
That's not the one I'm thinking
And
of.
then
Greek
Thanos.
Thanos got Italian with pizza, so...
No, they're Greek-owned, though.
Okay.
The New York pizza place is Greek-owned.
Okay.
And then Thanos, he's got his Greek food trucks in Denver.
How about Pete's Kitchen? Pete's.
Hands down.
All of the Pete's.
Pete Sanfries.
Yeah.
Hail Pete.
We do like to go down there and grab Pete's every now and then. That's one of my favorites.
But you wouldn't call that a Greek restaurant, even though it's owned by Greeks.
But they have Greek food. You get your gyros. And they make amazing gyros. And I don't know how many different Pete's restaurants there are down there, but they're all kind of the same. But yep, Pete has passed away, from what I've heard. So, but the restaurant's still doing well.
Somebody asked to follow up. You did not tell us what your shoes were. Are they calls?
No, they're not calls. They are First Tactical.
First Tactical.
So, yep, I wear First Tacticals. They've been my choice for a while. I don't seem to wear them out real fast. They hold a good shine. They seem to be pretty good.
Shelley is the Italian restaurant at 38th and Tejon. Are you talking about Gitano's?
Gitano's is good.
263 clear assist.
Serafini's in Brighton is good. Amici's over in Wheat Ridge is good. God, this road is just torn up.
No, the Adams County Sheriff's Office, the Adams County Sheriff's Department, the Adams County Sheriff, or any of the deputies do not sell challenge coins.
Nope. You know, every now and then I see them pop up on eBay.
No!
I know, but no, I don't sell them. I usually give them away as a gift to people or trade for other challenge coins, but no, I don't sell them.
2 Adam 653, Adam 65 status.
Pete Zavaris, of course, related to Ari Zavaris, former DPD chief.
Yep, he was a good one.
365, still checking.
Danny Sandoval is with us tonight in the room. Hey, Danny.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you joining us.
So our apologies, because that last time we got involved in the chase, we were going to shout out to all the law enforcement around the United States and around the world. If you want to chime in now, we'll shout back out to you. I'm very sorry about that.
But I'm not sorry about the pursuit, because we caught a bad guy.
Yeah, you did.
We got a bad guy off the street, so that's a good thing. Coming down into our warehouse district down here in District 3, down off of Washington.
And 38th and Tejon, Lechugas. Of course,
Yep,
Lechugas. Great food.
So I will give you guys a tip for some good Mexican food in Brighton. Been there a few times and absolutely love their food. I like to eat. I like big helpings of food, and I like it when it's reasonably priced. So I'll give you a quick one for Brighton.
District 1, medical arrest with seizures, patient 7210 Bruce Wade and 7210 Rose Way. 41-year-old male, conscious breathing attended.
Sorry,
Information at 44.
Listening to my radio. That Mexican food restaurant, if you want good Mexican food in Brighton, it's fairly new, but it is amazing food, a lot of food, reasonably priced. Lupita A's. And they sit right off of Highway 85, just on the west side at Bridge Street. So if you know where Anthony's is at, it's in that same parking lot with Anthony's. Amazing Mexican food. Get a chance, stop by. Tell them that the Adams County Sheriff sent you. They'll treat you right there. They have amazing food.
So for law enforcement, as we shout out, We'll start with, do you know where the home headquarters of Hormel Foods and Spam is?
I don't know.
Austin, Minnesota. Michael Finman is retired.
Welcome, Michael.
The LEO of TSD, I don't know who that is.
Okay, checking multiple buses north side of Pineapple.
Well, welcome.
Stephen is Madison, Alabama, retired CSP and 1D Trooper.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Trooper.
Celia Garcia wants to shout out to the Greeley Police Department.
Thank you, Celia.
Yeah, for those in law enforcement where you're at, we'd love to shout out to you.
Got a good officer up there at Greeley PD since they mentioned that.
Who?
Officer Gallegos up there. He left from our department and went up to Greeley PD. Great guy. It was sad to see him leave us, but it was certainly closer for his travel back and forth to work, and so he's done well up there. Makes us proud to know he started his roots over here.
The trolls are back in the room. Casa Bonita has the best Mexican food.
I hope the new owners change the food. Hope they change the food. The new owners got to do something with that.
How do you get rid of relatives coming in from out of town?
Take
them to dinner at Casa Bonita and they're gone.
Oh boy, hand them a roll of bounty.
And that's just an inside joke. Again, Casa Bonita is a great show for the cliff diving, and I'm told the sopapillas are safe.
They are amazing. Sopapillas there are very good.
There are horror stories regarding the food of Casa Bonita.
So the guys from
South Park hopefully are going to, yes, and
they
hopefully
said they were going to change the food.
They are going to, we can hope.
Yeah.
And I am not disparaging Casa Bonita.
No.
It is a great place. It's just for people in Colorado, it is kind of a running joke.
It is. But hopefully they get it changed around, because it's, whoever originally built that did a good job. It just needs to.
Yeah, and then they left it alone for 40 years.
Yeah, they just need.
You got to clean the carpet. You got to do a couple things.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to law enforcement. Where were we? Shout out to the sheriff, to the Greeley PD. Yeah, we got that. Ray Martinez, his cousin's working for Thornton PD. Shout out to Broomfield PD.
Yep, work with them. They got a new chief.
Nicholas is watching with his friend, former Adam County Sheriff Explorer Captain, and now ex-Federal Heights police officer, now UCCS.
Yep.
Who's that?
University of Southern Colorado.
Okay.
It's
shout out to you, Nicholas.
They do campuses, a lot of the campuses. So they do well.
You and Brandon.
Shout out to the Logan PD in Ohio.
Yeah.
Josh out there.
Okay.
Nice. Looks like you guys are out having fun.
They are.
Yep. Being cool. What's up, guys?
Good evening, fellas.
How are you?
Mark's son was at 84th and Pecos involved in that accident.
Ah, sorry to hear that, Mark.
Mark, we hope everybody is okay.
Looked like it was fairly low speed, so hopefully everybody's good.
Jack is a canine and her handler watching from Minnesota.
Ah, welcome.
Shout out to Deputy Chief AJ DeAndrea of the Arvada Police Department.
Yep, he's a good guy. Very good guy.
The fans are backing me up on Casa Bonita is a joke. Everybody calm down.
Nice.
Casa Bonita is not the Mount Olympus of restaurants.
You didn't go there for the food, though. You went there.
You went for the show.
You went there, exactly, the ambiance. The cliff diving was just...
Andre is with the St. Paul Police Department. Horatio wants to give you a shout out.
Horatio, it was great meeting you. thank you for coming to the office. We were a little busy that day, and as you were, but thank you for sending me a message, and it was a pleasure to meet you, sir.
The UCCS is the University Colorado Springs.
There you go. You know, these folks are doing the right thing. They're calling Ubers and catching Uber
Where
rides.
it looks like, by footprints in the snow, the party went over the north fence of Pinnacle, about 84th and Jason.
Give a big shout out to everybody in White Bear Lake, Minnesota, the White Bear Lake Police. They're doing a great job.
Okay, footprint showing 41
Justin wants me to
north of
say to
Pinnacle.
you, shouting out to you and all of your officers and deputies.
Well, thanks, Justin. Appreciate it. Hope he's doing well.
And I believe I got everybody I caught back up on this road.
Good. It is 28 degrees. That guy's wearing a vest and not much more. I would think he's cold.
Well, he's got his long sleeve. He's got a t-shirt on.
All right. I'll give him credit for that.
Now, here's how small the world is, Sheriff.
Okay.
Mark's son was in that accident.
Yeah.
And Colleen's son was actually one of the responding officers.
Wow, that is a small world.
There's truly 1 degree of separation.
Colleen, tell him we appreciate all he does. Grizzly Rose seems to be thinning out, so there's not as many folks there as there was a couple of weeks ago when we were there. They were pretty busy, so they must not have a very popular band in there tonight.
Well, and in all fairness, A, it's end of the month, B, it's taxes, C, everybody is kind of spent out from the stock show.
You are right. Last weekend was the last weekend of the stock show.
So in all fairness, that's a normal night in January, you know, for the Rose.
Yeah. They were telling me that it was a little busy down there last Saturday.
A little busy? It was a zoo.
Yeah. And as you know, we weren't out last weekend.
Nope.
So.
But the spies were.
Yeah. That's all right.
Joe sending a shout out to you from Fort Apache Indian Reservation in Arizona.
Good to have you with us, Joe. Thank you, sir.
765
Jason, prior law enforcement in Ohio. He left for the military.
That was Jason.
So thank you for serving.
Yep, thanks, Jason.
Go ahead and attach me to the 307 police car.
This building on the right-hand side that we just passed, there used to be a club in there.
Yes, it was.
Club 56, because it sits at 56
in
in Washington.
8860 Westminster Boulevard, apartment 532.
Used to just...
Let's just head north.
To contact the suspect on the TV.
It used to just be crazy and off the hook.
532.
Okay, 860 Westminster, apartment 532 at 53.
All right. It's late enough I can do this.
If you could advise Westy.
Okay.
Sounds a bit quiet on the radio.
Okay, happy to see.
You think if I started showing up at people's work on Monday? Hey, can I get a shout out? Hey, can I... How many restraining orders would I have in like 90 minutes?
Probably a few.
So, a big shout out to all of the backseaters who participated today in the 136th annual St. Paul Winter Carnival Grand Day Parade. Not only did the Volcanus Rex and his fiery crew, Volcanus Rex, the 84th, I won't say Tom's last name because he's not supposed to be out until the end of Carnival. Tom and the crew knighted Bob Fletcher in front of Rice Park, and then the Volk turned his sword on the backseaters. And he knighted all of the backseaters.
Oh, very nice.
So Bob has his knighting certificate that can go on his desk, and there are digital copies somewhere on the internet of Bob Fletcher and the backseaters getting knighted by Volcanus Rex the 84th. Nice. Hail the Volk! We're done.
All right.
Because I'm supposed to shout out to Pat and Bob.
Well, yeah, Pat and Bob are the ones that we got this idea from, and I appreciate Pat and Bob.
Oh, but that's Jason from Ohio. That's another story.
All right. Well, yeah, Jason, but Jason, Bob and Pat got the idea from Jason.
Correct.
We got the idea. I got the idea.
You stole the idea.
Borrowed, appropriated,
liberated.
That one from Bob and Pat.
Should be
So we hope they're doing well. Hope they were with us when we had that pursuit, and hope they.
And congratulations, of course, to Boreas the 84th, Darren Johnson. He and his royal family did an incredible job during the pandemic for 2 years, representing the city all across the United States, and as well
I'll cover 6-9 pick us.
to the 2020 Super Crew, who ran 20 and 21 consecutively. And a shout out. So you know about Joe and Alex.
Yeah.
So in St. Paul, it used to be the St. Paul Athletic Club. Now it's just the St. Paul bouncing team. So the guys hold the blankets and you throw the girl in the air.
Yeah.
So they put Joe on the blanket and tossed him up today.
Okay.
That was kind of fun. And then
no humans were hurt during the process.
Nobody ever gets hurt during the process.
All right.
And if you do, you
didn't get hurt.
He didn't get hurt. But that was a lot of fun to kind of be on the backside of that and see all of that.
Right.
From St. Paul. So hail Boreas and hail the Volk. Now let's get back to Adams County.
All right. Back to the Mile High City.
I did shout out.
All right.
All right.
We're back to the Mile High City.
Trying also to get an update on that 84th accident. It's not in here. I'm just seeing if there's anything to stroll.
Yeah. I mean, we can swing back by there and make sure everybody was okay. When we did go by, I saw the male and female out and talking to the officers, and didn't appear to be hurt.
No, none of you are knights. I don't know where. See, this whole thing never should have. None of you are knights. You're backseaters, and you got knighted by. It's a long story, and go talk to the Volk. Tell Tom I said hey.
And we have the road runners.
Yes.
You want it all mail unit 109?
We will address YouTube here at the end of the night. And we'll do a last bit of shouts out. I was curious, though, regarding Australia or south of the equator. Whether Brazil can be above the equator.
Westminster is also around 28860 Westminster Boulevard, apartment 532, referencing someone throwing furniture over the balconies. They're wanting to know if we have any further suspect information.
I was wondering if somebody was getting evicted, but it's kind of late to be throwing people's furniture out
7-3
at 1 a.m. in the morning. Because it's just a few minutes.
Sam Ocean Lincoln Edward Sam 214 of 87. I have not cleared him yet.
I get one more time with that last name.
Sam Ocean Lincoln Edward Sam.
Okay.
27 degrees. No wonder my ears got cold when we got out of the car.
Some of you may recognize this is back up to where we came from. So we're just kind of heading back over. There were a couple people, how come we're in the same areas? Well, this is where the calls are.
Yeah.
373 just checking and making sure there were no weapons used, correct?
We try and stay where it's going to be busy. We could go out east. We could go over into District 4 and some of our other areas, but you're just going to get to see a whole lot of road time, and you're not going to see us getting into any action. Those other districts are a little bit slower.
071, we'll be calling the Connect truck.
And we're just trying to keep you in where we're busier and more potential to have you folks see some action.
Jim Morris is watching you from Wichita, Kansas. He is a retired former sheriff's deputy.
Welcome, Jim. Thanks for sticking with us. Appreciate it. So it's probably almost 2 o'clock where he's at, I would imagine. I think they're in the other time zone, central time zone.
They are central time.
Yeah.
Thanks for staying up with us. So yeah, throwing furniture off the balcony. What do you think that one's about?
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know. Somebody's not happy though. I can tell you that if you're throwing furniture out at 1 in the morning, somebody is not happy. You know, if it was closed, I could figure that one out pretty quick. But furniture makes it a little harder.
Victor 4. Victor 4. Victor 4 en route to substation. 100.
Victor radio call sign is one of our victim advocates. So if you just heard that, that's who that is. That's a victim advocate coming out. It's probably for a domestic that happened earlier in the night. So, give you a quick rundown on how our radio system works or how we're using it. Our first number designates the shift that our folks are working. So we'll always be like 1 Adam, 2 Adam, or 3 Adam. 1 for days, 2 for swings, 3 for graves. Adam designating they're an Adams County deputy or an Adams County car. We do have Kings.
1 in the area, Federal, checking.
We do have King units.
1 in the area, checking out 1.
And when you hear a King unit, that's going to be a K9 unit. We have X-rays, which are detectives and undercovers and different things like that. Going back to the 1 Adams, 2 Adams, and 3 Adams. The next number after that Adam, 61, 62, 63. That 1, 2, and 3 designates the district that they're working. 6 meaning they're the primary car for the district. If it's a 7-1, 7-2, or 7-3, they're the secondary unit for that district.
3 Adam 7-3.
You just heard 3 Adam 7-3.
And
the officer's requesting a phone call from you. Phone number is on line 58 on your card. Rick.
So 3 Adam, he's a graveyard car.
Jenna is also requesting you back.
7-3 means he's a secondary car for District 3. 7-3. So that's how we keep track of our cars in the area. We also have 6-8s and 6-9s, and those work pretty good for our cover cars. Oh boy, Mom, you're gonna be tired. I just got your text message. It's 1 in the morning and you got an early morning. Appreciate you sticking it out with us though.
another law enforcement, former LEO from Roseville, California, giving a shout out.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
You know where that is, I don't. It says you're sounding good. Keep up the great work.
Thanks.
And then in the overnight, when I do the audit, I'll give you the timestamps so we can do the clips.
Yeah.
Because they want to know when you caught them.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm going to leave that for my report anyhow.
Yeah, I know.
Plugged in, you get the roll.
I am. Thank you.
And we're going to hit cancel here. And you're good. Yep, accident is cleared up here at 84th and Pecos, so intersection's clear. Cars have been moved, so there's nobody to see there.
And we didn't hear a follow-up on the call that we got a suspect.
Right.
306 we're in the area now. 8060 Westminster Boulevard.
Okay, Westminster just advised they have officers attempting to contact at 532, no answer. It is also a secured building, so you'll need access from security.
$262.4.
I saw that car coming up on the right-hand side. He was coming up quick on the intersection. I didn't want to roll through that intersection until I was sure he was stopping. Even though it's your side, I still got to...
I know.
I don't want to have to buff it out. Yeah, that's always the bad side, right?
Nick has been volunteering with fire and EMS for over 20 years. Still going strong, and he's still volunteering. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Nick. That's a tough job being volunteering. Underappreciated. I can tell you that I certainly appreciate all of our volunteers. We couldn't do a lot of the things that we do without our volunteers. you know, some of them being our reserves, our posse members. We've got victim advocates that volunteer. There's just a ton of people, and I hate to try and address them all because I certainly miss a few, but our volunteers are very important to us, and we appreciate every one of you. And thanks for doing it, Nick.
Adam wanted me to say hello to you. He is a sergeant of the Virginia State Troopers.
Adam, thank you, sir. Thank you for your service as a trooper. That's a tough job, especially in Virginia. It's probably a little bit chilly up there, sir.
And if Michael is former security officer for Children's in Colorado, down in Aurora.
Yeah, that's another tough one. Thank you for what you do down there for security. As you know, they can run into problems with people coming in that shouldn't be in there around some of those kids. So thank you, sir. We're back over by the Pillar of Fire, sort of, a couple blocks away from it. We'll head south on Federal. It's getting pretty quiet. Yes, I said the Q word, so don't yell at me.
Well, it's interesting because when we left the Pillar of Fire for that call, we shot by Babes. And that was right around the midnight, and Babes was packed. Yeah. We just came by at 1, and they are, well, not empty yet, but they are certainly filtering out at this point.
Yep.
Considerably slower than they were at midnight.
Oh, yeah.
And again, to all of you, thank you for your service across the United States.
Thank you to all of the first responders, and that goes down to the doctors, the nurses, the paramedics, the firefighters, and the law enforcement. And thank you to our military. You know, we always seem to forget our military, but thank you for what you guys do, you guys and gals do for us. It's a tough job. And we appreciate you doing all of that for us.
South First Street. Break.
So, a good question, Sheriff.
Okay.
Because of, for example, my
reporting a ready report.
My hometown, Ramsey County, St. Paul. How many blocks to a mile? We are right now at 80th.
Yeah.
How far are we to downtown Denver? The rough estimate would be 8 miles,
right.
10 miles, 8 to 10 miles. But so why don't you give the description of
unknown direction of travel on I-70 from the 304? Please.
Sorry,
I'm listening to it too.
Yeah. Most of our blocks are about 1/10 of a mile. So when you hear 80th, we're 80 blocks away from 0. So when you think of Colfax is 1,500 blocks. So if we were going from here to Colfax, well, we'd be coming from 80th down to 15th. So fairly far away. But believe it or not, you get down in there pretty quick when you're coming down Federal or these main streets, as long as you can hit the lights green. Even when you're doing the speed limit, you're down in there pretty quick, 5-10 minutes, and you're in the thick of downtown Denver. So
Brian is a 34-year-old firefighter in West Virginia. Sorry, 34, not 34. He did 34 years.
Wow.
Volunteer fire in West Virginia, 20 years for the West Virginia Division of Corrections.
Another tough job.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian.
Yep, thank you. $2.99 a gallon for unleaded. I haven't seen it that cheap in a long time.
We will be up minimum 50 cents in 30 days.
Probably.
The Federal Reserve is going to announce something stupid in the next 10 days.
Yeah.
Susan did security out at Stapleton the old days. Wow. Stapleton International. And then went on to the Gold Rush Casino up there in Cripple Creek.
Oh.
And also wanted to thank all of the first responders.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Susan. Brian is the son of a fallen LEO.
Sorry to hear that, Brian.
Helios have a very special place in his heart. Says this reminds him of riding with him, being the dad.
Yeah.
And
I think we got somebody on the wrong side of Federal Boulevard.
yeah, we sure do.
Did you see it? I thought I saw tail lights on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah.
Let's go down here so we can catch them. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Hang tight, folks.
Slow down, buddy. Because you don't want him to jank. There we go.
Okay, copy in the lobby next to the patrol vehicle at 1 time.
Alpha Delta Union 967.
Yeah, you got it. Just waiting for him to move because I don't want to go into oncoming. He is facing oncoming traffic.
371, 372 goes to.
And is now realizing it.
Talk to. Hey, I would check that gas station at 88th and Pecos. Alright, thanks.
What's he gonna do?
364, they're working on it.
I don't know what he's doing.
There you go.
Adam 1, I'm code 6.
Adam 1, go ahead.
6-4 in Federal. Eastbound, Colorado, Adam David Union 967. Adam David Union 967. If you start me a second, please. Routine.
Incident assigned.
Alright, he's got his car in park, so that's a good thing.
Your incident has been updated.
361 cover for Adam 1. Adam 1 looking back. Looks like clear on current 2014 Black GMC. Pickup out of Bailey. Code 621.
He's always away from
Your
home.
incident has been updated.
He is. Yikes.
Your incident has been updated.
Victor 1. Victor 1.
Let's not try to jump to conclusions. But yeah, this does not look good. It's gonna be a lot of paperwork tonight. This is we are waiting for another car, hopefully behind us.
Yeah, 6-4. One has been flying in a landline. They're dispatched directly. Break my number. (303) 658-4360. Again, 303-658-4360. You're welcome, Mother Jean.
Mm-hmm. He'll explain here in a minute. Hello, Sheriff.
Hi there. We need to get another car. We got a DUI.
There was speculation to that, but I asked the people to just
hang tight.
Hang tight.
Yep.
And then what did you put on the...
I asked him for his keys, so I put the keys on the back of the truck. Unless he has a second set of keys,
very good.
He won't be driving away from us. So, give me a minute. I'm going to...
Do we need to do some muting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not sure that'll mute, actually, though. We don't have to mute.
There you go.
That's
because the radio's going to give it back anyway. Yeah. But there you go.
Adam 1, I'm going to be on data.
Adam 1 on data.
Your incident has been updated.
So the answer is when we are plugged in, no, this does not turn the microphone off. That's duly noted. There you go.
I don't know if we're...
There you go.
We are muted?
We're going to find out.
Adam 1, can I clear in Diora 1, please?
Adam 1, go ahead.
I'll give you the phonetic on the last name. Union Young, David Edward Robert. First is going to be Michael, common spelling, middle of John. Date of birth 2/27/74.
How do you want this?
We know we're not muted. We're looking.
Again, here
That's
in Colorado, it's just not a big deal about being muted or not muted.
Because we're a single-party state.
Yep.
I just want to confirm that plate because it's looking back on a blue.
And our data channel is not encrypted. And so that anytime anybody wanted to listen to our data channels, they could.
They can download any app.
Okay, copy plate confirmation.
We were running those in 2020.
Yeah.
We were downloading apps left and right just to try and get scanner traffic.
Yeah.
They are demanding we mute because they can smell the alcohol from where they are. So
I could smell it when I got up there too, but I don't think the mute's going to stop the alcohol.
I don't think so
smell.
either. What are they teaching in film school now?
Yeah,
God, I feel bad. Just, I mean, you know, we were just talking about, you know, how great it is that how many people use Uber for the exact same thing, pulling out of a bar and getting an Uber.
Yep, would have been a whole lot cheaper for an Uber for this gentleman.
And here's backup.
Yep.
They feel your pain regarding your paperwork tonight as well.
Yeah, I'm going to step out for a minute. I'll be back.
Again, folks, thanks for all of your patience with us tonight. Hopefully, at least you're getting a little slice of another Saturday night in Adams County.
Adam 1, you 1. I copy calling at 182. Adam 1, damage, we're picking you back. Adam for one shot for Norway.
Right. Adam 1 on data.
Adam 1, your party, Michael John, Booter, coming back clear and is valid.
Copy that.
You're welcome. I'm attaching a 108
And the radios are getting busy again.
Your incident has been updated.
I got retained around 77 Pecos against 72nd Pecos. Multiple RPs advising on BSA apartment 7050 Pecos Street. Advising 12 shots, a male left in a silver Explorer or Range Rover blacked out. Last thing heading north-south Pecos. Again, get a look out for a silver Explorer or Range Rover blacked out north-south Pecos. Unknown occupancy.
I was just getting ready to call it a night.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. But this guy was southbound and northbound. Okay.
320 or any of those units still at my Pinnacle?
I don't know exactly where he came from, but when I pressed the Still at 67. I saw the tail lights on the wrong side. Caught him down here. He was sitting in the traffic.
Okay, I'm coming in from the south.
On the wrong side, just sitting there. Pulled him over, asked him why I stopped him. He goes, I made a left turn where I should have.
Okay, 320 from the south of 118.
And I can smell the alcohol and his eyes are gone. Okay. I had him shut the car up or the truck off. He's around the road.
Yeah, I think they can spring.
See if he wants to do roadsides.
Go ahead.
That's it. Awesome, bro.
Yep, clear from 84 to Australia.
44.
Okay, they go clear from 84 to Australia.
Yeah.
Be well, be safe.
We'll hang out for a minute.
They want to know if they get split. 371 Diggers.
Nobody's dropped off.
Do we know anything other than just the location?
All I have is that a male shot and then left in a Silver Explorer or Range Rover, lastly heading northbound, Pecos blacked out. Other parties are calling same issue, only that they heard it. The only person that I have seen is 712 Pecos.
Still holding solid and pushing just fine.
Okay.
You peaked out at
120.
876. You held 720 to 760.
320.
And the
121.
increase in your confidence
361 Gina shots.
was twofold in response
121.
to you, but also then in police officials. And they're getting
121.
solid. Very much perceived.
Myself and 6A are in contact with one of the RPs. Break.
In contact with the RP, go ahead.
Continuing. He's unsure where the shots came from. He's heard it at 7050.
Okay, I got the, and we have the one that's seen the shot coming down to talk to you.
371, we could probably slow it to the units. We don't have a juice to the unit.
Incoming, I'm still at 172. Adam 13, Adam 61, status.
We're code 4.
Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated.
3 Adam 20.
Pecos will be out with Adam Charles, needing 55, Adam Charles, needing 55, occupied.
Three 29 copy, that's listening back. Looks like clear and current 2015 white Ford Explorer out of Better Heights.
Two 271, I'll cover him. 68 Pecos.
123. One 23.
320.
320.
There's a language barrier, but from the best I can tell, his story sounds like the other people said he heard the shots and saw people running towards Pecos.
Okay, he saw people running towards Pecos, 123.
371. We just checked the El Canton Cantina freak.
Okay, done.
They advised that they did not see or hear anything.
Okay, looking for.
Code 4.
306 Park with 135.
320, I'll be on the east side of 7060 with IMT for Robert, Lincoln 71, occupied.
Okay, I only copied your plate. Go down with your location. Okay, on the east side of 7050, brake looking back looks like clear and current 2009 maroon Dodge Ram 1500 out of Denver.
Two 71.
271.
I'll be out at 72 and Pecos or flat.
Okay, copy, Demon starting.
272 will start his way from 84 and Pecos.
Occupied. Go 5.
275, copy, starting for 271, brake tag 25, code 510, 127.
Your incident has been updated.
We have 72. Can you clear and last George William Sam 757? George William Sam 757 out of Oklahoma.
Three 372 out of Oklahoma, listing back, no record.
He's just like you.
He's welcome, 128.
Yeah, 65 clear, 7 release.
128.
Three 65 clear. GOA.
128.
We are wrapping it up. We'll let the sheriff tell you how this played out. So stand by here with us. Be patient. We should be back in the car here in about 90 seconds or so. About 2 minutes. We're just switching cars. Sorry, putting suspect in switching cars with the other deputies. He'll explain.
We're good for it, Australia.
I'm 20 as I Sunday.
Morning.
No priority out of 3.
20, okay.
130.
3 on 10-1, clear assist.
At 130.
Still be clear, 8 assist.
At 130. And 362, sending in that bar check on my list.
72 Venus.
131.
Just check with it.
131. And 3 Adam 6 for you, so much fun.
Negative, I'm gonna go primary.
Okay, 364-263 back on primary, 131.
Adam 6-5 data clearance on the plate.
Was that 2 Adam 6-5?
Paper, ma'am. I believe you're going to have sent to Masters Charles Tom Zebra 056. Charles Tom Zebra 056.
RB's asking for, I apologize, sir. Can you repeat the plate, please?
Paper. Charles Tom Zebra 056. Charles Tom Zebra 056. This is 2 out of 6-5. Probably have sent to Masters.
Copy on 132.
Your incident has been updated.
All units clear UTL. Break time 25. Your Sierra is going to be 1380. Again, 1380.
Copy, DUR.
132.
Perfect.
3 Adam 30, go ahead.
Disturbance outside. No cantina.
132.
Hang on with him.
133.
371 now. You know as well.
133.
368 fingers.
133.
Your incident has been updated.
On 30 incoming units slow down.
Okay, incoming 10 spot 134.
60 Broadway.
134.
3 on 67. I'll be in route 80 Point Drive to cover 63.
134. 10-3 6-3. RMP's advising he may be seeing you. He's trying to wave you down. In contact 135. 135.
320 Broadway.
135.
Happy New Year.
Oh man, it's cold out there. Jeff was not in the car yet.
Copy, Sheriff Rick Reigenborn status.
Gotta get signed back on the computer. We were out the car long enough.
Well, here comes our educational teaching moment, Sheriff.
All right. What do you want to know?
You can walk the people through what they saw.
Well, as you guys saw, we had a.
Shots fired.
Oh, we got shots.
Copy, shots fired. Medusa, stand by for tone.
Hang on. We're headed to shots fired.
Medusa, 75, Adam 65.
We'll do an autopsy later. We'll fill you in.
Okay, just real.
136.
Buckle up.
I have to, yeah, stand by.
South side of Medusa. Here at 6280.
Okay, south side of Medusa between there and 5280, 137.
Screenshot this so I can have my CR.
This?
Yep, I need that one.
I got it.
Good report.
Hang tight.
137.
We're gonna do a shots fired, folks, so just hang tight with us.
My apologies, 372, just for information, we have calls advising they also heard shots.
Okay, thank you.
You're
right.
367 clear, sir.
138.
This is that time that I want to make a comment, and I'll make it as we're rolling over to this one. We're just wasting the taxpayers' money. So, took off a DUI tonight, caught an auto theft suspect tonight. I don't think we're wasting anybody's money. Alright, we're gonna hang a right, hang tight. We're not taking the same road.
Nope. I did as instructed, so I'm getting this back and setting it right there.
Alright, we're good. Thank you, sir.
All right, it's going to get real bumpy, guys. Hang on.
Nothing we can do. This road
Is bad.
real bumpy.
One adult male, beginning 417, break.
I got you right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Clear.
Child's crosswalks.
Yeah,
We're
but-
good. Coming through here.
Kevin, ambulance en route for blood draw.
On an ambulance, something here.
Right, hang a left.
Okay.
You copy plate, Boy Charles King, Edward 38, Boy Charles King, Edward 38.
Green light, but you're clear right.
Hang tight. Taking it.
Your incident has been updated.
Third Prince 9 Gray Hyundai Elantra to Edgewater.
Still green lights. We're good. Still rolling. We're going to start shutting down our sirens and stuff. Coming into the area of Medusa.
317, you can clear all units in our report.
And clear 139. 140.
That one's clear for code 6.
140. 140.
New message.
Medusa's on the left.
She's coming in off Broadway. If you could just post at that east entrance.
I don't want us to post over here.
And we're right here.
Yep, we're on scene.
140.
Remember when Ron owned this? 25 years ago?
We might have somebody down. They're waving us in. That one. We're at Medusa's and they're being waved in.
There's activity on the far side as well, Sheriff.
We still got people running.
Okay.
There's still a lot of people running.
Assigned.
Hang tight, folks. Joff will stay in the car.
Absolutely.
Your incident has been updated.
6-2, how many more units you need over there?
Information.
Again, folks, we've responded to a shots fired call, so have you all stand by with us here.
Unit standby. Break 3 Adam 61. Go with your information.
There was a fight that broke out inside the bar. There was a male that started shooting at security guards of the bar. Shooter left in an Infinity and was last seen traveling northbound on Broadway.
Do we have a color on that Infinity?
It was silver.
Okay. Shooter's left in a silver.
Broadway now. It's got a black driver's side front fender.
Okay, silver sedan northbound Broadway with a black fender. 142.
3061 information is that it has very tinted windows.
Okay, has tinted windows. 142.
Yeah, 6-1, 84 car for checking.
845 for checking at 142.
Do we have charges?
Well, he shut up security.
Do they want to press charges?
361, did they want to press charges?
61 Azer, and we have good charges.
Okay, good charges. 142.
King 4.
King 4, go ahead.
See behind that's over in Benedict, northbound Conifer. That's 8,000 block. Boy Charles Mary 017, I believe.
Okay.
I copy behind it.
George Mary Robert 07. Boy George Mary Robert 07.
Sheriff will give you an update here in a second. Here he comes.
143.
Yep.
Were you two was behind you?
Hang on, we're gonna pull up a little bit. He's gonna move the Tahoe or that Denali.
Back clearing current.
We just don't want him leaving
Or
here.
failing to yield. Northbound Conifer, speed 50, light traffic.
Copy northbound. Failing to yield. 143.
261, second on call. You're going to be eastbound on 84th, speeds of 30, mile traffic on the
Your
road.
incident has been updated.
Okay, and eastbound.
Good traffic. 3 TDIs,
Your
good
incident
charges.
has been updated.
20 approved TBI. 144.
Southbound I-25, speeds are 55.
Your incident has been updated.
Southbound I-25, speed 55. 144.
Your incident
Good about
has been
Denver, the
updated.
vehicle's taken off, was
Your
pretty good.
incident has been updated.
Raising over 1 down. 144.
He's about a quarter mile ahead of us already. Speeds are 95, approaching the on-ramp
Your
for 36.
incident has been updated. Your
95
incident
miles per hour.
has been
Full southbound quarter
updated.
mile behind them. 144.
Your
Looks like he's
incident
in the
has been
number
updated.
3 lane now, continuing southbound
Your
I-25,
incident has been updated.
passing the on-ramp for 70.
Your incident has been updated.
Passing on ramp for 70, number 3 lane, continuing southbound 144.
Your incident has been updated.
Okay, copy.
145.
Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been
Continuing
updated.
southbound I-25.
Your
It
incident
could be at
has
exit
been
58
updated.
pretty soon. Siggie's on the first 3 lane.
Your incident has
Okay,
been
what are your speeds?
updated.
368. I'm behind the vehicle now. It's about 100 miles an hour, approaching 58.
Your incident
There's
has
one
been
headlight
updated.
out. And number 2
Your
lane now
incident
going
has been
underneath
updated.
58 traffic light.
Oh.
Your
Okay,
incident
underneath
has been
58, number 2
updated.
lane.
So we're still southbound. Speeds are 120.
Jesus.
Number 2 lane.
Your incident has been updated.
Number 2 lane, 120 miles per hour, still south on 145.
Your incident has been updated.
320 copies, terminate 146.
Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been
360, I copy.
updated.
Vehicle continued south. Last
Your
seen about
incident has
I-70.
been updated.
Vehicle continues south at about I-70, we're advising Denver, 146.
368. Can we do a
Your
attempt to
incident
contact
has
on the
been
RO?
updated. Your incident has been
146.
updated.
And 368. I just continued, but I still have a pretty long eye.
Your
Is there
incident
I-20
has
if I
been
keep an eye on
updated.
it?
Your incident has been updated.
Yeah, did they slow back down? Yeah, they're definitely under 100 now. 28 firm. See if Denver's gonna try to help us at all.
Okay, I copy, 147.
Where you at?
Your
We're at
incident
20th
has
right
been
now.
updated.
I'm trying to pick
Your
it back
incident
up.
has been updated.
Obviously, they're looking outside for shell casings on the ground. But if you just listen to the radio, that pursuit
Summer
down
Infinity, and the front half fenders are black.
is possibly to that chase on I-25. So,
Adam, one, we've got shell
Your
casings on the
incident
ground
has been updated.
right in front of 5280.
Okay, I copy. Break, do we want Denver code 2 or code 3 to assist?
Your
Yes,
incident
code 2, if they
has
just want
been
to look in their
updated.
areas. We're still trying to pick it back up.
Okay, do you still have a long eye?
368, I believe so. And
Your
I think we're
incident has been
just
updated.
going underneath Colfax.
Okay, copy. Stand by while I advise Denver, 148.
Your incident has been updated.
Yeah, 20. It sounds like we have some more gunfire possibly to the south of 5280. East.
More fires south of 5280, either to the east or south 148.
Your incident has been updated.
Yeah, I got
We're
one
going to
more.
lose radios here pretty soon if you want to find a mutual aid channel.
Okay, copy. What are you approaching?
Exit 209C. I think that's 8th Avenue.
Your incident has been
Adam.
updated.
Okay, 362 behind them at the 8th Avenue, 149.
I'm south on me. If I can get a second with me, I can try to get a TVI in on it.
Your incident has been updated.
Which way are you going, Roman?
I took back off over Wyandotte.
$362, do you have updates?
I'm still following it. We're through La Pan. Turn on the Calamus now.
Okay, turn the pan on the Calumet 150.
Wow, all the way down there, that fast.
Southbound Calamus.
Yeah, he was only doing 120 on I-25. Yeah, he got there that fast.
Okay, approaching 6th Avenue on Calumet. We're going to be losing signal near 6th and Sheridan, just for information.
Copy, still a ways ahead of me. Continuing southbound over 6th Ave.
Southbound over 6th Avenue, 150.
Has been updated.
Let's go to Blue Northwest.
Okay, on to Blue Northwest at 150.
Regarding this stop, when the sheriff does get back in the car, I'll ask him all the questions you're asking me. I am not at liberty to answer on behalf of the sheriff. I just forward him the questions. But you were hearing the radio and the possible suspect out of here. They're right now looking for shell casings on the ground and talking to a few people. So, and then to ask how to get so far, that's kind of why I was giggling and sighing, was that speed of that chase. They were literally doing 120 miles an hour, twice this posted speed limit on I-25 from the Boulder Turnpike through 58th, 38th and Park.
Okay, lost them at Bannock and Calumet 151.
Downtown that fast on a Saturday night, 1 o'clock in the morning. Well, now about 10 minutes ago, 1:30, 1:40 in the morning. So, yeah, you can get that fast.
Has been updated.
Thank you for reminding me. You can get that fast in Denver from the Boulder Turnpike, I-25 downtown. So it's not that far, especially when you're doing twice the posted speed limit. And again, I'll let the comments for the sheriff, we'll wait for that to get back. And speeds approached 120 miles an hour on I-25, but I'll let him give you all these numbers. Lost him at Bannock and Calumet. That's downtown.
Your incident has been updated.
Updating now, he's in Jeffco, Lakewood, coming from Ray Martinez. So.
Okay, no visual, Platte River.
And thank you for all of you who are staying out with us tonight. It's been quite an eye-opener for everybody. Hope you're at least getting a better glimpse at what goes on in Adams County on...
Your incident has been updated.
You know, just another Saturday night. So I'll recap briefly. We responded here to 5280, which is a bar, of shots fired. Shots fired involved an individual or individuals that fled in an Infinity, in which was also now in a... Yes, we know the update, thank you. Of which the pursuit then jumped onto I-25 and headed downtown Denver. Someone is also pointing out that that chase has moved over to possibly Lakewood. I can't confirm that. Sheriff is heading back to us now, so he'll give us an update here. And thank you for all your patience tonight.
Your incident has been updated.
Alright, thanks for sticking around.
I tried to give him a little briefing, but I told him that's your job. I don't want to step on your job.
Yeah.
And then say something that wasn't accurate.
Right. So, shooting that happened.
Okay, got the continuing south on Santa Fe at 154.
We had other deputies that were pursuing, and
that being the Infinity.
Yep, that's the Infinity they were trying to catch. We had 4 shell casings laying on the ground, so that's what took me a minute to get a deputy over there with a camera to get some pictures.
Your incident has been updated.
There are some bullet strikes on the building, at least one bullet hole in the building.
Your incident has
they
been
were able to
updated.
find a bullet that hit one of the walls and dropped to the ground. So we have a bullet and some casings.
Okay.
Doesn't sound like anybody was hit with gunfire. While I was standing out there, there was more gunfire just to the south of us. So it's a little active right now.
And we are not New York or Los Angeles because they want to know, why don't you have a helicopter?
Yeah, I wish we had a helicopter, but we don't. That guy's wanting to leave so bad he got his car stopped.
Has been updated.
Good for him. We're not going to be helping him.
That's a AAA issue.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like he hit that car.
He did. We were watching.
He did. Okay.
They were close. They were close.
You'll notice I said it looked like.
Yeah.
Okay, Santa Fe clear down to Oxford, turning around to County 156.
Your incident has been updated.
It is chilly out there.
Yeah.
156.
A balmy 26.
Next week's going to be 2. It's going to be just like last year in February.
Yeah, probably.
The trailer parks in Federal don't catch on fire again, because I don't want to have to do that a second time.
Your incident has been updated.
Yeah, they're terminating it. They're down at Santa Fe and Oxford.
Yeah, that's why I didn't understand why they're saying Lakewood.
Your incident has been
They
updated.
can say whatever they want. So.
Yeah.
I hope I don't hijack your Bluetooth here, but I might.
No, I can cancel it right there. I'm not on Bluetooth.
I figured that. Again, me asking for permission, not forgiveness, is not something I am used to.
Right. All right. So let's go back and let's chat, I guess. We stopped that DUI earlier, and I'll cut us up for that one.
Oh, that was the comments that we were talking about out of the car.
Yeah.
That you might want to address.
Well, so Jaffo asked me, he's like, how many lives do you think you saved tonight?
No, that was a question.
Oh, that was a question?
Yeah.
Well, we saved one, most likely. Him.
Your incident has been updated.
We'll never know how many we saved. He had no clue why I was stopping him. No clue why we were stopping him. So clearly he's too intoxicated to be driving. Shouldn't have been driving. So I guess tonight our good work, or my good work, has been catching an auto theft suspect and catching a DUI.
You caught 2.
Can you tell me what the case number is for this, please?
It is... Oh, it's 1381.
Thank you.
Yep. Do you need anything from me?
No.
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks. Appreciate it. So, Jaffo.
Sure. For one,
It is
I copy warning cleared out.
January 30th.
It is.
And we have taken, so far this year, 1,381 reports.
In just the 30 days.
In 30 days.
Say that number again.
1,381 reports.
1,381. 1,300 divided by 30.
Yeah.
1,000 by 30 is 300. Yeah, break out your calculators, kids. What is that?
What did I say? 1381.
1380.
Your incident has
divided
been updated.
by 30.
Lord.
46 reports a day.
Oh, Lord. That's 2 an hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was a question about why we're here for the shooting, and that the incident's updating on the computer and they could hear the radio, and the question of who wanted to file charges, and of course Perry Mason and the crack staff pointing out they're supposed to be mandatory, etc. But
Yeah.
This is private property. It is what it is, and I thought you might want to maybe
still,
clarify that a little bit.
It's still discharging a firearm.
In the city limits.
In the unincorporated area of the county. But that's one of the things you just can't do. You can't discharge them.
Unless you're a West Wind or a Volk. You don't know what that means.
You got to be pretty far to the east to be legally discharging your firearms, and we're not anywhere close to that.
No.
So you can't discharge it, and we have to take a report. And as you can see, there's residential houses not more than
100 feet.
Yeah, 100 feet in any
feet.
direction from here. And so we have a responsibility to these folks that live in this area to take a report and document every time that we come down here dealing with these issues with the bars. Now, you know, these folks put up with a lot of stuff to live around this bar. They probably don't drink. This is probably what they can afford. And they don't deserve to live like that. They don't deserve to have their bedrooms shot up.
Of which right now they're probably asleep because even though it's the weekend, but they're day walkers and that they get up and go to work every day.
Yeah. Most likely they woke up. Because like I said, when I was standing out there, I heard more shots being fired around us. They weren't being shot at us, but we can hear them in the area. So we really got to start documenting that stuff.
Possibly a shot fired that just occurred. 78 Place on Kimberly Street. And East 78 Place on Kimberly.
It didn't take us a few
Advice
to
that
get
occurred
there.
about 10 ago when the call was placed, which makes it 17 ago now. Or be advised, it was on the west side of the street at a white house. Saw a male last thing heading southbound Kimberly, possibly in a red vehicle of some sort. Rick?
Go ahead.
If he refused any more information or number and didn't advise if he actually heard this or saw this.
Okay.
202.
When I come down to the department this week, I'm bringing donuts for everybody. Or no, because that would be insulting.
Not to me.
I know you.
I love donuts.
Okay.
We talked about how cops got deep.
What a great job all of your deputies have been doing tonight and all weekend, as well as all week.
Yeah, they've done amazing tonight. It's been not super busy, but you know, we've had some pretty high-profile stuff happening. A couple of high-speed pursuits going on tonight. Told you we chase them if they steal them. This last pursuit that we didn't get involved in.
3
Started from here. It was the shots fired. That was the suspect vehicle with the shooters.
Calling back.
And we do need to try and catch those folks if we can. So it's 2:03 here, Colorado, at the Mile High City. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I don't know about you, but I'm tired. See ya. Be safe. Have a good night.
Be safe.
All right. Thanks.
Have a good night.
So, the DUI. How do you know how many you saved? You don't know. That's the part. We just don't know. But I think we have an obligation. And if you'd ask Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, I think they'd say we probably ought to go after all of them and try and catch them all. And I would agree. I certainly don't want to have a loved one killed by a DUI.
Absolutely not.
I've been to enough DUI accidents. I've had to knock on enough doors and wake loved ones up to tell them unfortunate news and their loved ones won't be coming home. So I find it a responsibility that when we catch them, we get them off the road. Poor decisions. You saw people making good decisions tonight that have been drinking over at the Grizzly Rose and Ubering out or whatever they were choosing to use to get home. Make a responsible decision if you're going to drive, or have a designated driver. So, just in case anybody wants to know, all of the stuff that we did tonight, I write my own reports.
You can clear the extra units arrest.
So when I get into the office Monday morning, I will get my reports typed up. I'll go through my email, get my email caught up, and I will knock out my reports and send them over. So
now, okay, paperwork.
Yep.
So do you do it on your computer? Do you still fill out with your pen on the paper?
It's all, we do it all on computer now. Hang tight one second, let me clear so they're gonna wonder where I'm at here in a minute. I just gotta move this. It's my console's tied up with the mic. There we go.
And before we get any further, they are thanking you for explaining.
Yeah. Hang on 1 second. Adam 1, I'm clear with the assist.
Still good.
Alright, so we're clear. My radio number is just a little bit different. I am Adam 1, under Sheriff Rick Reigenborn, but we do have an Adam 2. You know, to all our road runners, I can't thank you enough for joining us tonight. I hope you've enjoyed it. I wouldn't say this is a typical night in Adams County, but it's certainly not an untypical night in Adams County. We are fairly busy most all the time, and so I do appreciate it. It's I still love my job. I still love coming to work. I love serving the people of Adams County, and I really like coming out and showing you folks what we do on a nightly basis. This stuff happens all the time, every night of the week, and we're always busy. And it's, you know, as I've said before, Jaffa, I'm pretty lucky. You know how long I've been working? I haven't really had to work because I love my job, and it's not work.
Then it's not considered, again, and I know exactly when you say that what you mean.
Yeah.
That the school of thought I was raised in was you find something you love.
Yep.
And you may not be, okay, well, at that point, you're now ahead of the game because you're getting paid to do something you love. You may not get rich at it in a financial sense, but, and I don't mean to bring God in a religious way, but the gods will take care of you.
Yeah.
You'll pay your bills, you'll figure it out, and you'll be happy, which the way that my grandparents and parents raised me was, well, that makes you ahead of the game.
Yep. You know, I've made some great friendships. You and I became friends because of my young days as a
young and irresponsible.
Yeah, but you know, I was a rookie back then, and kind of like I was when we started out at 9 o'clock tonight. I was a rookie. Kind of feel like I might be a veteran right now.
Yeah, but it'll all be different again. Tomorrow
morning, I'll be a rookie again, and it's okay. You know, we can always learn something, and you know, I believe I learned things tonight.
And again, I think of this product, everybody wants this to be, you know, entertaining and action and explosions, and no.
That's the movies.
Yeah, this is real life, and hopefully, if nothing else, we informed you and gave you a little insight just to how this works. And then in the meantime, if we entertained you, well, then that's just, I guess, a little bit, then we did our job even that much better.
You know, and I got to tell you, everything that we've been doing tonight, for me, has been fun. I know I got a mountain of paperwork I got to get done, but I have loved what we were doing tonight. I love catching bad guys, getting them off the street. Somebody out there tonight won't be getting their car stolen. We took a car thief off the streets. I know that tonight, we took somebody off the roads that's not going to kill somebody or themselves driving drunk. So I love what I do. I love what our deputies do. And this goes on all over the world. And it goes all over here in the United States. And for me, this is just a ton of fun. It's a lot of work, you know. And that's part of it is as we're working, all that paperwork has to come back. So
they ask a good question.
Okay.
How will you know if they catch the Infinity?
So they did not catch the Infinity.
Because they broke the chase off.
We terminated the chase. It got so far to the south of our jurisdiction that our deputies were losing radio service. So there comes a point where that's not safe for us either.
Right.
And they were doing over 100 miles an hour on some of those side streets, surface streets as we call them. 100 miles an hour coming through an intersection is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, at one point they were literally posting speeds 120.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I heard the sergeant terminated, but I was busy dealing with some other stuff over there. So, you know, it's just tough. It's you got to balance that balancing act that we've talked about on our pursuits, that if you can safely do it, you should. If it's not going to be safe, it's just not worth somebody getting killed over. And we hate letting people go that are shooting guns and that kind of stuff. We just definitely can't chase that. But
So folks, thanks again for all of you supporting this and enjoying it. And if you do so, please share it with your pages. And then also make sure you head over to the YouTube page for the Adams County Sheriff. If you have not already subscribed, do so. We will change the, hopefully we're going to do the settings on your phone this week.
We're going to try.
And
it's a busy week. I've got
That's exactly right.
I got a promotion that I got to do.
Busy.
I got a retirement party that we're putting on for our retired folks that have retired. You got to think, we didn't get to do our retirement party for 2020, so we are taking care of 2020, 2021, and the few that have come across for 2022. So we've got a bunch of people to recognize. That's going to take some work to get that done. And so yeah, I got a busy week on top of the paperwork. All of you backseaters just got me. Tempted to ask you all for a supplement on it.
They're roadrunners.
Yeah, our roadrunners. I mean,
whatever we're going to call them. I still like hostages.
No, I don't like hostages. Oh, but Love Bug Black right in front of us. There you go. I'm up what?
Boy, you're really kissing butt to the older sheriff, aren't you?
Well, I did scare her a little bit, I guess. I'm told. I'm told we scared her a little bit.
I take it we're going to get gas?
No. We're going to end where we started, and we'll call it a night. So, we started over here at the Shell, and we'll end it over here at the Shell.
Fair enough.
That way, drop people back off so they can get in their cars from here. Hopefully they're still sober. The Roadrunners hope you didn't drink too much. But if you did, go into
How many
Shell,
cars go into that hole right there?
I'm sure more than one. Use the restroom, refill your popcorn, get your Pepsis refilled, your Dr. Peppers.
If you want to plug in real quick, you can look at your scroll for a minute and address a couple of the messages if you have them.
Okay.
Clear out your messengers as well.
One process.
213.
I'll just flip around here real quick and we will sit for a minute.
I think several people would like to ask you, although they are not Adams County residents, would you please continue to waste taxpayer dollars? Now, when I say that, if you've just joined us, that sounds obnoxious. We were talking about a question that was fielded earlier that the sheriff answered. If you want to rephrase that or just recapsulate that. Because a lot of you people are wanting to do the trolling game, and if there's a belief that you feel that this is a waste of your time, we apologize.
Yeah.
And I spoke for you, and I'm sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. Those folks that are anti-police, anti-Adams County Sheriff's Office, anti-Sheriff Reigenborn, making those comments saying we're wasting the taxpayers' money, well, they don't have to watch this. They don't have to watch what we're doing. If they don't like it, change the channel. Watch something else. If you see something on a news channel that you don't like, just scroll on by.
You're allowed to do that?
You can just scroll on by, and I'm okay with that.
I'm waiting for one of them to yell at me, pointing out that red paint doesn't dry any faster than blue paint.
Might be a point.
Yeah, 73.
One of the questions that came up in my messenger, is there any chance that when I'm not live that they can go with somebody else? I don't know that our deputies have that bandwidth to be able to.
7:30. I'm here at the sub, and there's.
It makes a work in progress.
And it makes it tough moving some of the equipment that we have in the car from one to the other, and connectivity and all of that stuff. Maybe as we continue forward, maybe we'll be able to. But right now, I just.
If your team monkey keep coming, I'm gonna need a follow car to.
I just can't.
Back to her apartment.
So.
And before we leave, some of them want to ride the Ferris wheel. No. They can come out and do that every weekend. And isn't it one day a week they're open at Mile High?
No, I think they're back open to the weekends now.
Weekends, okay.
Yeah.
God, I haven't been over there in 20 years.
David was asking about on the DUI, do you have to do a breath test? You can do a breath test or a blood test. Colorado has expressed consent. By the mere act of driving in the state of Colorado, you've already consented to a test of your breath or your blood. We typically give a choice, but there are times where we don't give people a choice. We just take one or the other.
And then what happens if you deny?
If you deny because of express consent, you lose your driver's license for a minimum of 1 year.
And that's the state.
That is the state.
DMV, not you guys.
Correct. We have nothing to do with that. So, yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up. Travis, I know where Kalispell is. I had an uncle that lived up there.
Yeah, send the information.
Thank you, sir. Brian, I'm glad we were putting good use to your tax money.
Suspect might still be on scene, that's why I need a second. And, we're going to need maintenance there to get us inside.
Lauren, we've talked about doing one during the day. It's just a little tough for me to do it during the day because I've got all my office work that I've got to do during the day. And that's really why we came over to Saturday nights, because that's the easiest night for me not to be at my desk, and I'm not there Saturday during the day. So it gives me a little bit of a break before coming out. So believe it or not, I'm actually working about 6 days a week. But that's okay. Harry, thank you. I appreciate your comment. Chew them up.
And for all of you now, because the sheriff's got the phone, so he's looking at the scroll, if you want to give him a little love now and the like button and the hearts and all that, he'll see all that right on his phone.
Michael, I wished I had the bandwidth to do it more than one night a week. I would love to do it every night of the week. It's just a lot working. Thank you. I see the likes and the loves. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Brett, how are you? You're going to have an early morning with church, so appreciate you staying up this late with us. Thank you, Harry.
If you want to address it, you can. I'm all right with it. There's no way to hide it anymore.
It's kind of funny. Everybody's asking who Jaffa is.
Again, the star of the show is Adams County, and you're the host, and I'm the village idiot. It shouldn't matter.
Yeah. I appreciate everything, you guys. So
but I will say that what I told you out of the car. To have people think that I might be of a relative or sound like Ray Scott, the broadcaster from Minneapolis, St. Paul, and I want to say Ray Scott was either KSTP or WCCO.
Yeah.
So that is, and I clearly am not Jesse Ventura.
He is not.
But if you want to, that's fine. But they kind of outed it.
Thanks, Sean. JB, thanks for joining us. We'll see you next week. How about that? Let's plan on being back out here next Saturday night.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, as long as you can. Yeah, let's do it.
We'll be here next Saturday night, 9 o'clock-ish. I appreciate everything that you guys are doing.
Remind the winners to contact.
Yep. If you won the coin, please send us your instant messages, your information, so we can get them. There were 3 coins that were won tonight. I'll go back through the feed. I'll pull out the winners so I remember who they were. I'm going to step to the front of the car. I'm going to wave to everybody. And what color gun was used? I think it was a 9mm, Robert. I do believe it was 9. The shell casings appeared to be 9s.
Was the bullet intact? You said we found one bullet in casings.
It was not intact. It had separated from its jacket.
Okay.
And another thing I wanted to do is a quick thank you to the Adams County AdCom, our dispatchers. I appreciate them being there tonight. As you know, when I went out on my foot pursuit earlier, they were right on top of me, making sure they knew where I was at, directing my deputies into me, making sure that we were safe. And so, from the bottom of my heart to AdCom, thank you for everything you guys do for us. I greatly appreciate you. Appreciate you keeping tabs on me and making sure that myself and all my deputies are safe tonight and every night. They do an amazing job.
Thank you, AdCom.
And there go the loves and likes. Thank you. All right, folks, I'm going to sign off. I got to drive to get to the barn, and I'm getting a little bit tired. So we will chat with everybody soon. I appreciate you hanging with us. Give me 1 second.
Be safe, be well, and in the words of Ray Scott and Pat Scott, be kind to each other. Have a good week. Good night, everybody.